7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to The Morning After on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. The show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the presentation. As we begin the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour, you are welcome to participate by texting in the Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. By calling in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101, or by emailing in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The incel from the other side of the couch has the lead with 13 emails of the day remaining in the month of January for the $10,000 HVAC prize. That will come your way at 9:45 on the Stiefel dossier. Greg Amsinger on the Cardinal television situation and the upcoming season coming your way on the dossier, presented to you by Stiefel. Doug, that is at 8 o'clock.
Okay.
So right. You have now been briefed on what we have on today's presentation.
All right.
How do you feel about it?
Well, I feel very good about it. I think it's just going to be a darn fine presentation.
I like that.
As so many of them are.
Because you announced last week when we returned from our holiday break that you weren't going to be much good to us in all of 2026.
I wouldn't think so, no.
And now I notice that you're feeling bullish.
Well, I'm assuming that you guys will carry all these interviews, and I'll just kind of sit back because I'm frankly not going to be much good to you.
Why?
Well,
you were boozing at that blues thing, weren't you?
Oh, did you have a scotch?
I did not have a scotch.
I heard he was
there.
attending. People like, hey, there's a buzz in the building. Why? Because Pronger's here, Holly? No, Doug Vaughn is making a public appearance.
Couldn't have been Garth Brooks.
He was great.
He was there, yeah.
Yeah, but he hasn't been doing a show on low-powered AM radio for 20 years.
True that. True.
I mean, hey, it's great to sell a bunch of records, but have you ever done a show on 920?
And his answer would be no, thank you.
Doug, it's possible I might need to get glasses. So I looked across.
No.
Well, I'm in the MAC lobby. They're assembling blues greats. It's their Hall of Fame induction night. That Doug was a special guest.
I wasn't a special. I just sat there.
And I
love your speech.
said to Dan
Did you give
O'Neill,
a speech?
Blues PR man extraordinaire, I said, is that Twister over there? No, I'm about 30, 40 yards away. He goes, well, that's Garth Brooks. And I said, oh well, those two are often confused. But then we talked to him, and he was absolutely great. He was fun.
Yeah. For being such a worldwide superstar, he really does seem to be a humble, really nice guy. Just to be there, to make the effort to be there was super.
Yeah, Garth Brooks in attendance last night, for those not familiar with what we're talking about, Blues Hall of Fame ceremony, and he made sure that he was there for his good friend Kelly Chase, who received the True Blue Award, along with, going into the Hall of Fame last night, Al Arbor, Alex Steen, Barrett Jackman, and Doug, then you made a speech.
I didn't make a speech. Why would I have made a speech?
Did you get
Jackson has the audio.
Do you get to keep the blue jacket, or do you give it back?
Well, I don't have one. I was just there for the filet.
Oh, do you have a filet?
Oh, sure. They have that every time you go to a MAC event. Boy, it's good. They've got it down. Did you scarf it down and then leave before anybody made an emotional speech? No, I didn't really. I stayed there for the whole thing, as did everybody.
Tim, I think this is the event where Doug was robin feeding, or was robin fed?
By Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour sponsor online at evergreen-stl.com.
That was just all part of taking care of the sponsor strategy.
Okay.
He looked hungry.
You like when a man looks at you hungry?
No. But that really is a fantastic event that they put on. It's so fun to see the old players. And Red Berenson there, 85, 86, looks 20 years younger, acts 20 years younger, telling great stories. It amazes me that one after the next of these guys can get up on stage and just tell hysterical stories. You know, they're not, they got no stage fright. They don't choke up when they get up there in front of a live audience like that. They all just sit down like they're sitting at your couch in your family room and tell these old stories, some of them perhaps embellished just a little bit, but they're all funny as hell. It's really a fun night.
Well, it's a good way to wrap up the season. So now we can look forward to next year. That's a good way to kind of put a little exclamation point on the 2025-26 Blues season. Close it out with the Hall of Fame induction.
Well, we still have half a season to play.
Well, that's right.
Blues and Hurricanes tonight here on 101 ESPN. Pregame 5:30 p.m. Puck drop 6:30. Early start should be fun.
Take note of that early start. Don't show up at 7 and be mad.
And just the early start itself is fun? Just the fact that it starts an hour earlier?
For those of us who get up at 5, actually, not bad. Now that I think about it. Not bad at all. They're texting in, and Mr. Licks, Jackson, I don't know if you guys have been in contact, because I don't see him on the Stiefel dossier. He says, you're going to have to rearrange that schedule, Jackie boy, because I'll be calling in at 8:20 and need at least 30 minutes to talk about what went down yesterday in the Email of the Day competition. That's Mr. Licks. And sounds like there was an issue.
There was controversy?
I don't know. I don't know what the issue is. I'm not even aware of said issue. Are you aware of this? Jackson Burkett?
No. Okay. I don't think we should necessarily give credence to somebody who just texts something in like that.
He is a PE guy, though.
Were they upset?
Yeah, point exactly.
Upset perhaps that my vote and Tim's vote weren't even counted before a verdict was rendered?
If 3 votes already come in for somebody, one person, what's the need for the other 2
Right.
votes?
I'm just wondering if maybe that's the source of the controversy.
Could be, but that would be illogical.
Moot.
Yeah, moot's that's a great word.
Thank you.
You look so darling in those new blue headphones.
Wow.
I got some new earbuds, fellas, and they're blue and they're nice.
Yeah, sky blue matching his eyes, like Digger Phelps and his Sharpie back in the day. Yeah, if you're watching on YouTube, you get to see it. It's hot, man. It's hot.
My earbuds?
It's hot, bro.
Is that name taken, Doug's earbuds?
No, not yet.
Papers had an off-air moment, but it was kind of like Tom Brokaw calling the election when they're still open in California. People are still voting in California, and we're going to call it now. Jackson, with the first 3 ballots, said, oh, it's over.
Yeah.
And Doug and Tim were holding a piece of paper and said, well, we'd like to still file our vote. You weren't incorrect.
Right. You're saying that
it felt a little emasculating to the fellas over there with pen to paper.
I apologize. Next time we get something like that happen, I'll take all votes into account.
And then say, oh, wow, we have a winner.
Yeah.
What if a recount was necessary and our votes weren't even in the system?
I have the votes right here. It's pretty. It's cut and dry who won.
Okay.
I think it's the first time I voted for the winner. I tend to be, I don't quite get it. And so when I put my votes together, you guys are like, oh, good, it's 4-1. Oh, all right, another 4-1. I'm like, oh, my God, I didn't win.
I think Brian Henson and Mr. Licks are sideways, if memory serves, but that one goes back a little bit. Licks' silence regarding the live golf stuff is deafening. How about a quote, slugger? Thanks, and Young, that's from Brian Henson, Colts beat writer over there in Indianapolis.
He needs a quote on Brooks Koepka returning to the PGA Tour?
I believe so. That's what he's looking for. Maybe that's what he wants to talk about at 8:20. All I know is Greg Amsinger is going to be with us at 8 o'clock on the presentation, the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. And I guess now we've just cleared 20 minutes in our Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour for Mr. Licks to call in. About what?
So you're going to tell the host of the MLB Network, one of the faces really of national baseball media. We're going to say, Greg, I'm sorry, we're going to need to wrap it up. We've got Mr. Licks on hold.
Well, you remember Joe Buck called in after Mr. Licks called?
Well, Matt Holliday famously would call in.
At the bat.
Yeah.
Because he would be concerned that we needed content.
Yeah.
When the Licks calls would go a little too long. And Matt Holliday would then just call in.
Yeah.
You should read the votes like they do on Survivor with the dramatic effect. That's from the Hunchback of Von Castle.
And then the losers can be snuffed out.
It's not a bad idea.
Lots of texts coming in from the listeners and a wide variety of topics, such as this one. Hey, guys, what are your thoughts on the new NASCAR postseason format? That's from Pink Pony Doug.
Well, I think the format is going to be new. And it should help them crown a rightful champion. And I think it's long overdue.
That's good.
And I think that everyone in Racer Nation is going to be very happy with this.
Going back to the chase for the championship. However, WWT Raceway across the river, Doug, they're in the chase. That's the big news. We got a championship race across the river. Make your plans.
Wow.
It is a big deal.
It is. It's great. And if you're going to have an NASCAR race, you want to be in the chase for the championship.
Why no Golden Globes talk? Nikki rating? Hudson Williams heated rivalry? It's from the Dover Soul. Doug, lots of questions being peppered at you.
Whoa.
This is what happens in the winter
What kind
of our discontent.
What kind of take would you like me to have on the Golden Globes? I didn't watch them.
We got into it a little bit yesterday in the 10 o'clock hour.
Okay.
But the listeners, they cycle on, they cycle off. If your commute's in the 7 o'clock hour, maybe you didn't hear Doug's take on the Golden Globe.
I didn't have a take. My take was I didn't watch it.
I watched Nikki's monologue yesterday.
Were you happy?
Yeah, she's good.
Made Leo a little uncomfortable, which is good.
Yeah, I think she was great. She's always great.
Yeah.
Friend of the program. Martin, do you remember her coming in when she was like 18 years old?
Was I there?
You were there. She came into the morning grind. We were told that there's this aspiring comedian. I think she's Rock Chalk, right? I know she's Kirkwood, but I thought she was Rock Chalk.
Did she even, I feel like she was doing comedy
I don't know.
really
Maybe
early.
I'm off on that. Hell, I don't know. I know that information is...
Was it a fresh tail situation or no?
No. Like, I think the program director said, hey, this comedian reached out, or I guess it probably would have been her at that point, not having a representative. And then we interviewed her, but I wasn't sure it was her. And then she returned to the program a few years later and confirmed that she did come on the show. So how about that?
So we kind of made her career.
I didn't want to say
so.
that, but
Fair.
you said it, so yeah.
She did go to Kansas. Degree in English literature.
And
Oh,
Kirkwood,
Lord.
Hall of
I hate
Famer,
when
much
people
like
go to
Doug.
college and get degrees. It's like,
What would you
look
do
at me.
off?
What would you do with an English literature degree?
Probably teach.
Hosting the
Golden
Golden
Globes, Jake's Coke rails.
Yes.
Or teach.
Yeah.
Golden-
Why not get a journalism degree?
And really make no money.
She made
If you're taking a vow of poverty, you might as well go all the way.
she made some really good Sean Penn jokes in the Golden Globes, but I swear there's nothing funnier that a comedian can do than the director hard cutting to Sean Penn's face, and he just kind of looks like that.
Well, she said, you will go to those third world countries. People are afraid to go. You will go there, and you will do
I
cocaine.
mean, he just like
that was perfect.
looks like a real life Muppet. Like it's just truly unbelievable.
Did you play clips of the monologue? It was great.
No, I didn't.
It was clean.
It was clean, yeah, for the most part. Yeah.
Jackson hadn't watched it, surprisingly.
Yeah, I'm very interested in who wins these things. Watching it is usually a very long, somewhat tedious
And
presentation.
I was
but she
interested
great.
solely in her monologue, and then at that point, I moved on, Doug, back to Landman, where the very horny Sam Elliott resides.
Is he still horny?
Oh, it doesn't. The newest episode gets even hornier.
They keep showing.
Spoiler alert.
They keep showing young women in front of him, and he keeps getting randy.
We were watching it last night, I don't know, 8 hours ago at this point, and somebody had texted in yesterday about the Jackson composite character, and I hadn't gotten to the episode yet. And then sure enough, the 28-year-old who's playing a freshman in college checked into her dorm, and I started laughing out loud, because I guess that's who
The roommate who has a ferret. That's what I got compared to.
That's just a skinny rat. Is all that fair it is.
Just a long weasel, and I wasn't no part of it. I didn't think I was fair from Carlos Spicy Wiener.
I'm
texting in
afraid to
yesterday.
ask, but how do we see Sam Elliott play out as a horny woman? How does it play? Does he
I don't know
just
the end
say-
game here.
Well, I mean, does he just say?
can't
kind
see
of
this coming.
Does he say
kind of like
creepy
Michael
things?
Corleone's evolution into the Godfather?
Yeah.
You don't see where this is going.
No, well, I
Is he
mean,
often saying like creepy things?
no, he just spends the entire episode with his stripper physical therapist.
Okay.
Oh,
Spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert.
gosh.
Hey, St. Louis, congrats on hosting that big race. Meanwhile, Kansas City's hosting the World Cup in a few months. Enjoy. That's from Mudjack Mike XCX. I guess he's added the XCX in on
Okay.
Charlie, and she's part Scottish. Am I right on that?
I don't know where she's from.
Somebody look it up.
This gal is a stripper and a physical therapist?
Yeah,
What would pay more, stripper or physical therapist?
depends if Billy Bob Thornton is footing the bill.
Oh.
Guys, are there any pogs in Landman? That's from Big Paws. He says he needs 21 minutes of today's program to talk about MILFs and pogs. Big Paws. So, Jackson, this dossier is starting to fill up with callers telling us what they're going to do and call in and talk about.
We call that having too much show.
Guys, my friend's grandma works as a cashier at Dollar Store because his grandpa blew the family fortune on dice. She said Lix's credit card was declined trying to buy $2 steaks and a can of refried beans. That's from Warson Woods Wacko, who is at war with Mr. Licks. So, Doug, unfortunately, after starting off the new year with everybody holding hands, it looks like the listeners are sideways with each
think
other
so.
yet again. You can get sideways with people by opening up your YouTube app, typing in TMASTL, and then you're in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, watching the program, and joining in the fun and games with Nipper School Monitor, the overbearing sports dad, deep voice dude, and Libby Jackie DiCaprio, who has an Ole Miss avatar. So he hasn't updated yet.
Still.
Who does he need to update it to,
I
Jackson?
think Auburn, right?
Is it War Eagle?
I think so. I think we got Auburn, Missouri-Auburn tomorrow, 6 p.m.
Thank you very much. Blues and Hurricanes this evening. Billikens, rah, rah, rah. And
Billikens, shish, boom, bah.
thank you very much. And Fordham. And coming up on the program, we will have audio from last night's festivities at the MAC. Brett Hall getting emotional. Chase was surprised by that. Wonderful ceremony last night. We'll have clips of it coming up here on the program. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Let's go, Blues! Go for the gold!
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. We welcome you to participate by calling in 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. you're welcome to text in 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text inbox. And we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today with the $10,000 prize from Seth Goldcamp and the fine people at Design Air Heating and Cooling coming your way at 9:45. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. If you're HVAC, if you're starting to get the sense that it might not be firing on all cylinders, Doug, I've got a low for you of 7 degrees on Saturday.
Oh.
I need you to make sure that HVAC's working on Saturday.
Gosh.
You want to screw around for the next couple days? Oh, it's 60 degrees out. Lottie frickin' da. Here comes Saturday. Here comes 7 degrees. Here comes Seth Goldcamp, and maybe he'll bring the bold and daring at him. I don't know.
That'd be exciting.
Or Larry, the Silver Fox. Go online at designairservice.com. Sponsor of the email today, longest running sponsor on TMA. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, or Martin, Doug, and I are all clients. Design Air, sponsor of the email of the day. So, Doug, you were in attendance last night. Martin, you texted us the picture of Chase with Garth Brooks. And it was at the MAC, and it was a wonderful event. I made sure to it was on YouTube, by the way, and was able to watch it live as, in particular, the Kelly Chase moments stood out. But that is, but I mean, the tributes to Al Arbor and how hard he played. The respect that Steen and Jackman have. It was a wonderful ceremony and presentation. What stood out to you, boys?
All of that. I like Cam Jansen was funny. Did you see the bit where they interviewed him in the crowd?
I did, with Barrett Jackman.
Yeah.
That was great.
And he said he was at the table with the other enforcers. Tony Twist was there and a couple other guys. And he said, our table could, with the exception of Andy Strickland, could beat up everyone else's table.
I love that, Cam Jansen.
I was walking out last night, so I did not stay for the event because that was kind of Doug's moment. I didn't want to steal.
I was just
I didn't want to steal from your moment. So I'm walking out, and I see Cam Jansen and the lovely Kate, and they're walking in. And he said, dude, I listen every day. I go, but you have a show at the same, loosely at the same time. So Cam, probably on his commute to his show.
Good morning, Cam.
Good morning, Cam. Call in. Why not? Wouldn't that be kind of a alternate to Radio Wars, Radio Friends?
Huh. Reaching across the aisle.
Yeah, call in, Cam.
Bipartisan.
All right. Yeah, I remember watching Al Arbor as a kid. Was one of the original Blues. So worried that he wore those big glasses, and he just kneeled down right in front of slap shots. I just thought for sure he was going to get a shot in the glasses someday. Thinking, even if he didn't wear glasses, it would still hurt to get shot in the face, a puck in the face like that. And he took some blows. Well, he was tough guy. And quiet, kind of laid back and quiet, but on the ice, he was tough as nails.
I had someone texting me critical of the current operation, saying, I wonder if those 10 current players were thinking about giving their bodies for the greater good when they were hearing about Al Arbor last night lying down to block shots.
It's a different game now. I think they shoot the puck a lot harder. The game's a lot faster now than it was back then. They sure have a lot more equipment on today, for sure.
But isn't it amazing how many of those great Blues players all live here? You see, Pronger walks in, Federico walks in, McInnes walks in. You start, Jackman, Steen, these guys all live in St. Louis. How many Cardinal greats? The Wizard, of course. But for the most part, players come along, have a great career, then they kind of move on or go back where they're from. And it's just unbelievable. Those guys are just prominent. You see them around town. I mean, even the Gretzky thing, is brief as his career was.
I wonder if some of that is because they don't want to go back and live in the Arctic North.
But they could live anywhere.
They could, yeah.
For the most part.
I'm sure as a professional athlete, when your playing days are over, it's probably pretty nice to still be remembered and to be somebody special in your community. If these guys move to Southern California somewhere, nobody's going to know them or respect them or remember anything that they did. But if they stay in St. Louis, and now they're still a big deal for their whole life.
To that point, Doug, I was talking to Troy Robertson, who calls some Billiken games with Tom Ackerman, but also played for the Billikens. And we were talking about Kellen Thames and how it's nice when there is a St. Louis kid on that team, because historically, when they'd make a little run, you had Larry Hughes and Highmark Claggett, all of that. And we were kind of talking about Thames just exploding this year, now getting some national attention. He said, I think you'll find out, being from here years and years later, it just kind of has that connection that he goes, I was in no way compared anywhere close to a player that Thames was. He said, but it's always been nice. If you're from St. Louis, you played for SLU. And I started thinking, that's a kid somebody's going to try and poach. You know that they're probably DMing him right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I would hope they get him paid, whatever it takes, but that he's able to have a nice all St. Louis career instead of being a kid who starts getting the money and bouncing around. You know what I mean? Wouldn't it be great to have somebody who has a 4-year run at a school? You don't see that anymore.
Yeah. Especially for as fun as he is to watch and as the team's starting to get more attention. Just missed the top 25 yesterday. Number 26 in the AP poll. Seton Hall getting in. Operating on the premise that it is certainly likely that they win their games against Fordham and Richmond this week, that they would be in the top 25. More and more people start paying attention to them. You'll have the games at home on Friday nights against Dayton and VCU. You have the Cardinals in the state that they are in, the Blues in the state that they are in. They have a real opportunity to own that sports calendar, and he can be one of the faces, especially as a St. Louisan, of what is a damn good team, and most likely in 6 days a top 25 team. If you are interested, by the way, in going to that Blue Billikens game against Fordham or this Saturday at 3 p.m. against Richmond, tickets are available at slewbillikens.com. Number 26 in the AP poll, Doug, but do you say that? Do you say others receiving votes? They're at the top of it. What do you say? I mean, there are 26.
You're in others receiving votes. I don't think you can say 20. You're ranked 26th. That doesn't seem right.
But I mean, they are ranked.
Okay, we'll call them 26 if that would make you happier.
Yes. 15-1 overall, 3-0 in A10 play. SLU Fordham tomorrow night at 7 p.m. SLU Richmond on January 17th at 3 p.m. for tickets. Go to slewbillikens.com. They are off to their best start since 1993, 1994. And if it weren't for a ridiculously fluky shot against Stanford back in November, they'd be undefeated and right there with Nebraska and Danny Nee's bunch in Lincoln. So the Billikens will look to make it 16-1 tomorrow. And if you want to see a thrilling style of basketball with some local talent in there in Kellen Thames, slewbillikens.com is where you can go. I have taken my family to 3 or 4 games this year, and they absolutely love watching them play. slewbillikens.com. Making reference to the festivities last night at the Missouri Athletic Club, Brett Hull up on stage with Curtis Joseph and Kelly Chase as Chase received the True Blue Award. Brett Hull getting emotional and talking about Chaser.
You know, when Twister and those guys, they came up, you know, to stay when we knew that they were going to be an integral part of our team. It was kind of like instant karma with Kelly and I, and we became extremely close friends. And it kills me now, but you talked about Susie and how she taught us what the St. Louis Blues was all about. But all of a sudden, I from out of nowhere, I became this guy and this St. Louis Blue scoring all these goals. And it could have went a myriad of ways. But without him, he taught me how I was supposed to act, all the things we were supposed to do away from the game, the way we treated our fans and the people and the community and whatever it was. You know, he was my guiding light that way. And so I've never told him that, but I think he knows. And, you know, you asked Curtis about what you think, and when you think about Kelly Chase, and it's the love of the St. Louis Blues and the city of St. Louis, and that sums it up right there.
How about that from Brett Hull?
Nice. Chase said they were roommates for a few years on the team, or at least Chase said he shared a room with Brett Hull's suitcase because Brett wasn't in the room very often.
It sounded like Holly was going to say, it kills me to see him like this, but he didn't quite go, because I think people that were close and knew him back then, you picture him, big, strong guy, beating the snot out of everybody, and it's hard to see what he's been going through because he's very frail In fact, Garth Brooks said that. He goes, I don't know if you guys know, but Chaser is not shy, and he'll send me these pictures. He's standing there naked. He wants me to see just how skinny he is. He said, I don't ever want to see that again. But I think that's part of the story is seeing what he's going through, and that big, tough guy has been reduced now to, I think, about 140 pounds. But I believe he's starting to put on a little weight.
Yeah, it was nice to see him be able to walk to the stage and climb the steps without help and sit there and talk. So I think he said it's 3 years now he's been battling leukemia. So, yeah, that's tough.
Here is Chaser talking after receiving the True Blue Award last night.
I guess more humbled than anything because, we get here, Twister and I, and of course he's told everybody in town we're going to beat the hell out of the town. So he kept saying we in the paper, and he said, came down to breakfast one morning. I said, you got a mouse in your pocket or something? He goes, Jesus, who is we? You keep saying we are going after this guy and we are getting that guy. No problem for him. He was beating the hell out of everybody. I was just trying to hang in there. But Susie Matthew taught us the way to handle ourselves in the community. And I was just talking to Garth. I just said, how hard is it to be nice to people? And I can be an asshole, and everyone knows that. So, but I just don't understand, the giving back part of it. Are you asked to sign something? Are you asked to stop and talk to somebody? It's just such an easy thing to me, and I just never really thought about it. So I got to watch Plager, and he was like a father. And I still, when I'm in the suite, I still, when I hear it open, I turn around and I expect to see him, So, it's just, to me, just part of how I was raised. My mom, Joyce, is here. My sister and brother, Kyle and Ken, we were raised that way. We were just raised to do the right thing, and we don't always do it, but I think just having the right people around you and community parented, I think, is the most important thing that I've had in my life.
Those guys talk a lot about Susie Matthew, who was a longtime PR person, vice president of marketing for a while, and how she helped so many of the young players when they came to St. Louis. They all speak very fondly of her. And she went into the Blues Hall of Fame a year or two ago herself.
Yeah, her impact was obviously huge with teaching them, and a lot of it seemed to be like community, even like how you carry yourself, how you get involved. And that's still a thing with the Note. They're still out there doing a lot of stuff in the community.
Yeah, so some of the players arrive at a very young age. They're 20, 21 years old, some of them. It'd be like, a college sophomore or junior suddenly living on their own in a city where they know nobody. So they really did need somebody to kind of show them the way. Chase was talking, somebody didn't know how to open a checking account or how to go to the bank and open a bank account. You kind of forget the small things that players have to go through, just like the rest of us. And at the same time, they got to, be given who knows how many hours to their hockey career. And it's some of them need somebody who's a little older and wiser and been around a while to show them the ropes.
After hearing Kelly Chase there, a number of texts coming in. I said it before and I'll say it again. Put number 39 in the rafters. That is from the 636 from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle. Raise Chase's banner today. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle with his case for the Blues retiring 39.
I don't think anybody would have a problem with that. People would love that. Something they could do this season, maybe.
Kind of like when City got a dog. You need a little diversion during a season, you're saying? I don't think it'll happen. I don't think it'll ever happen, but I do think...
Is that right, really?
I don't think it'll ever happen.
I feel like you got knowledge. Martin always has knowledge, Doug.
I'm just saying I don't think it'll happen, but I do think it's a great thought, and I don't think anybody would object, but I don't think they would do that.
I kind of think it will. I mean, Bob Plager wasn't a great player either, but he was a superstar Blue and teammate, and member of the organization, the community, and that's kind of what Chase is. Not a superstar player by any stretch.
Yeah, and for the record, I wouldn't mind it at all. It'd be great.
But those guys bleed blue as much as anyone that's ever been through here. Yeah, I'd love to see that.
Can I ask you why?
Why?
why you say that, because I just
So
know.
why don't they
part
know?
of me was like, I'll ask in the commercial break, but I'm like, I feel like
No, I mean, I've kicked it
you got to
around.
read on it. And then
No, I've kicked, and I don't know definitively, but the sense I got from people I've asked that question to is that it probably wouldn't happen because it would still be reserved largely for players who were more accomplished on the ice. But I think you could make an exception, and I don't know that for a fact. That was the sense I got talking to people who would know, but who knows?
yeah.
I mean, all it takes is somebody upstairs saying, I think we need to do it. And then it gains momentum. So maybe.
But they have Gassoff and they have Wickenheiser and they got Bob Player. None of them superstar players or even all-star players. There's just exceptional people that
Contributions across the board.
have made such an impact on people that they deserve to be up there. I think he'll get up there.
For a while, didn't they just have all the number 7s in an area?
Yeah.
Remember that? There was a little part of the stadium for Joey Mullen, Kachuk,
Unger.
Unger, yeah.
Berenson, I think, was 7 also. Or was he 9? I'm not sure. I forget.
Who could possibly know?
Yeah. Gary Unger was there last night. He still looks great. Still got the full head of hair.
What are you trying to say?
Well, I'm saying that's not that typical when you're hit mid-70s. He's got to be
Sometimes it's not
mid-70s.
typical when you hit 17.
Oh, gosh.
Did you sign it all, Doug, or just do pictures? What did you have to
No,
do?
I couldn't be bothered to sign.
Even after Chaser said, how hard is it? Mm-hmm. Somebody wants an autograph, you sign.
I told Scott Warman I'd sign for him if I had a minute, but I dashed out of there before. So I owe him.
Because if you sign for him.
Oh, right. I'd have to sign for everybody.
Hey, guys, does anybody have audio of Doug's speech from last night's proceedings?
no
I heard it was
speech.
emotional, kind of funny, and yet a little controversial. Thanks, and hashtag FreePerk26. That's Brian Henson.
I am a bad boy, and I'm testing things.
That was your mic check.
Pretty
before
much,
your-
Why would I have given a speech? Well, some people there didn't have any idea who I was. Still work at Channel 4? The guy at the front said, still work at Channel 4. Yeah, I watch you all the time.
Was that on your way in?
Yeah.
Okay.
The guard there.
Security guard, yes.
Uh-huh.
He stopped me, and he said, I got to get a picture, bro.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, oh, okay. He said, I watch you every night. If we take the picture, he said, what was your name again?
Yeah, I got the same thing.
You got the same
thing. So to see you every night, I said, no, you don't haven't been there in 5 years, but thank you.
Big fan. What was your name again?
Guys, I heard Doug sent his plate back twice last night. He said, when I say well done, I mean well done. That's from Hunchback of Von Castle. Well, you made your mark last night.
I just sat there quietly in the corner. That's all I did. Sent the plate back at a banquet.
Twice. Demanding it be burned.
You asked for anything to go?
No,
A box to go?
rather poor form.
Sharon and Clayton agrees. Doug deserves a night without all the hoopla he's forced to usually deal with. Sharon and Clayton, of course, now in an alliance with Harrison's brother.
I deserve a night at the MAC.
How about Tim? We just put it together.
Yeah, let's do
A
it.
night of Vaughn. Come down, get your tickets now.
Ravioli head.
Everybody's plate will be ready. Chicken and broccoli. That'll be the
Oh,
meal.
that'd be nice.
We'll start at about 4. We'll wrap it up at about 6.
That'd be better,
Guys, Chase's jersey will go into the rafters, but the number will not be retired, and it will only go to people deserving of the number, kind of like number 5. This is because Blues fans want his jersey in the rafters. That's from Vizini.
Yeah, I don't think there'd be a soul that would complain and say, wait a minute, what are you doing? There'd be people say, hey, this
So you
should have been
retire
done
the
earlier.
number for players who are of a certain
Hall of Fame caliber.
level, yes.
Mm-hmm.
But then you could honor the
Acknowledge.
jersey.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, and I agree with the guy who said, do it now. Do it this year.
I raise a banner of Tim every morning at 6:59.
There it is.
That's from the co-founder of Fairmount Park Players Club.
So people now at home have banners of you?
I guess they did that at St. Gabriel's 7th grade tournament one night for a matchup with, two not so great programs to get people in the doors. They did a little banner giveaway.
Local broadcast hero Tim McKernan.
I can see your dad giving them away, handing them out.
Papers, what's that from?
That is.
I would love to know I know Buck Swope's working on a 6-hour Swope's picks.
Oh.
on Lisa Ann's relationship with this program.
That's a 6-hour episode, that alone.
Isn't that what he said last week? Do you remember that?
I can tell you exactly what that was from. That is Chris Gardner. He of the Senate.
Yeah, he ran for the United States
He's a
Senate.
doorman.
Yeah,
He ran
doorman.
for the U.S. Senate, not just the Missouri Senate?
Well, it's stepping stone.
He's the head of the River to
The
Perry Yacht
U.S.
Club.
Senate
I
is
noticed he didn't win.
Stepping stone to the Missouri Senate.
Yeah, and
I think he had catchy phrases like "you don't know Schmidt" and things like that. As
some
he-
really good. He's great following Twitter. And this was back in the 920 days. I think there was a promotion for the wiffle ball tournament that was being held at the illustrious Francis Park. And it was trying to like promote some of the people who'd be there. Jason Isringhausen was going to be there. Jim Edmonds. So he's
Naturally.
he's listing off.
The winners of the tournament got to play Edmonds and Isringhausen.
And they beat him, too.
And they
didn't
beat him because you cannot hit the ball once these guys know how to throw it, and it goes 5 different directions.
Slice it up.
Yeah.
So they were listing all the accomplishments of Izzy and Edmonds, and then with Tim, they have to give some sort of accolade or something. And so Chris Gardner, I think, ad-libbed.
It was
local,
not. It was
local broadcast hero.
We had a young lady who worked in the inside STL offices, and she wrote the copy. And I guess what do you say?
Right.
I guess you could simply say morning after host.
Yeah,
but
living
she
and breathing.
chose local broadcast hero.
Hero, like you're
Broadcast
saving
hero, Tim
lives.
McKernan.
And I hope Gardner read it in jest.
I think he seems like he said it with some conviction.
He sold it.
Yeah.
I would like. Do you have any video or audio of Edmonds at the wiffle ball tournament?
Oh, I
'Cause he-
definitely have pictures.
Okay, 'cause I can see him being
remember
annoyed at a lot of it.
because they show up and they see these guys throwing the ball. I mean, if you've ever seen a wiffle ball, you can look them up on YouTube. It's unhittable. I don't care. I mean, you got two guys who, one I think will be in Cooperstown, and eventually, and the other one's a Cardinal Hall of Famer, and said one of the reasons he wanted to come to play for the Cardinals wasn't just being a St. Louis guy, was he wanted to take BP because he loved to hit in Isringhausen, and they show up and they're like, we're not going to be able to hit these guys. There's a bunch of people here. This is going to be embarrassing. And I remember Isringhausen coming over to me. He goes, I'm so happy to be a part of the best day of these guys' lives. It was great. Yes, Chairman.
Were those the gentlemen from Lawa?
Martin, I believe there is a wiffle ball league. Might be fun for sports final.
The Olympic break's coming up. Can't rule anything out.
The Lower
What's their
Arnold
number?
Wiffle Ball Association. That's what I believe they were from. Now,
Yeah.
this was 2014. I don't know if it's still functioning. The Lower Arnold Wiffle Ball Association.
And the guy was throwing, it looked like he was throwing at 90 miles an hour, and the ball was breaking 5-6 feet 3 times on the way to the plate.
I'm virtually certain I have images from that day. And that's where you brought out the sunglasses that were a tribute to Jacqueline Onassis.
Yeah, I had some Jackie O sunglasses.
Why did I agree to do this? Tim, bad idea. Moving to Tennessee. We're about at the year anniversary of Edmonds quitting media.
That's right. It's a good time to check in with him.
I'm gonna try. I am
And see
gonna
what's
try.
doing. The program's called The Morning After. It is on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. You can talk it over with other TMA listeners. 170 friends are in there, like Saint Lunatic 92, Bob Lucier, and Bourbon Bob 75. You also are welcome to call in to the Collier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. We've got another new sponsor here on TMA, and we are thrilled to welcome them aboard. You boys got a chance to check out their site the other night, Polos Plus. Doug, we were talking about that merch that they have at Polos Plus. You see some of the TMA merch that Jackson and you guys wear it as well. Chairman Kurt's wearing some today. We're going to be doing some TMA merchandise with Polos Plus, a new sponsor here on The Morning After. And one of the people involved at Polos Plus is a gentleman by the name of Andrew Hubbard, who is a longtime TMA listener. Polos Plus is a part of a business that has been locally owned and operated and founded by Chris and Wayne Lawson. For those of you in the volleyball community, you would know them from All Volleyball. They have been involved in the St. Louis area community, especially volleyball, going back 3 decades. It's now owned with their kids, Corey and Shannon. Corey Lawson runs the business day-to-day as the president and the CEO, and Andrew handles the marketing. They serve small to mid-sized business owners. And so if you are looking to outfit your team so they look sharp and have some uniformity and pride in what they wear to work, that's where Polo Plus, I apologize, can help you out. Online at polosplus.com, you can get branded apparel anywhere, but they've stuck around by caring more about the customer and doing things the right way and always making it right when something goes sideways. You don't stay in business for 30 years by treating customers poorly. It's plain and simple. Corey previously advertised under Ultimate Edge back in the day with 101 ESPN. And Andrew is a longtime TMA listener, did a sound story, as a matter of fact, and I believe, Doug, you did the sound story that he ordered. And so they're longtime TMA listeners, longtime involved in the TMA ecosystem, and thrilled to be sponsors now here. They focus on premium brands people actually want to wear, not just these cheap items that you can often get produced, like North Face, Travis Mathew, and similar high-quality brands like Under Armour and Nike. And you can get your company's logo on there. Just go to polosplus.com. That's polosplus.com. Welcome aboard to polosplus.com here on The Morning After. Coming up at 8 o'clock, Greg Amsinger is going to be with us, and I guess at 8:20 we're going to have to cut him off because Mr. Licks wants to call in to complain about the email of the day yesterday.
Oh, okay.
And then Big Paz wants to call in about Pogs in Kirkwood.
Oh, are they running loose?
I guess so. I mean, we are learning things from the audience, and isn't that the way that it should be? The program's called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Village Bar is such a great place to hang out, have lunch, meet your friends, watch the game. But did you know, out back, the barn, that is home to 1879 Distilling. For a couple of years now, they have been making these small batch, award-winning, premium crafted liquors like 1879 rye whiskey, Red Barn vodka, so many different flavors of that. And on Saturdays, you can check out the tasting room, noon to 5 on Saturdays. It's connected to the Village Bar right there just to the east of the main dining area. There is the tasting room. Really a cool spot. Also serves as a gift shop. Saturdays, noon to 5, make a plan, stop by, have lunch, watch the game, and then pop over next door for a little tasting of these award-winning premium batch liquors. There is a difference. So when you order a drink, instead of just saying you'll have a Manhattan, make sure they do it with 1879, the distilling company that continues the German distilling tradition. It really goes back early 1800s. This was going on in St. Louis. They were coming down, the Germans, to the river and making these handcrafted spirits. They've continued that tradition right out back at the Village Bar. Great website as well. Tells their story. Beautiful merchandise. Check it out. 1879 Distilling, St. Louis, Missouri.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the Carolina Hurricanes. Pregame at 5:30, puck drop at 6:30, right here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Oh. Jackson, did you make another remix?
All right.
Man, you're like Tiesto.
Yeah, very similar. And both in build and in talent.
Guy's got a nice body on him, doesn't he?
I don't know who it is.
It's like EDM DJ.
Okay.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. We welcome you back to the program. You can watch it with the overbearing stepdad, Crystal City Liquor Man, and John Scores and Bourbon Bob on the TMA STL YouTube channel, where 204 friends have gathered to talk it over. Healthcare Evolution is the sponsor of our 7 o'clock hour here on the morning after. Check them out at healthcare-evolution.com. They truly are conducting a revolution in the way you get checked up when you have some form of an injury or what just might be some kind of pain from working out. If you have pain, the traditional healthcare system puts you in a waiting game. It's weeks for primary care, then weeks to see your specialist, then physical therapy, then MRIs, and likely 2 to 3 months just to get answers. I'm sure a number of you out there right now are experiencing some kind of injury that's been nagging for a while, and you want to get it figured out. It's driving you up the wall. You started off the new year. You wanted to get into some kind of routine with your New Year's resolution, and then you can't do it because of this nagging injury. You're worried you're going to re-injure it, and you got to wait months to find out what's going on. No, not anymore. Go to healthcare-evolution.com. Logan Taylor is one of the owners, and I know Logan, and I went out there to check on my slap tear in my left shoulder, and it is a totally different program there. You're in right away, and you can get treatment right away, such as regenerative injections for pain relief and healing. Discover how Healthcare Evolution can help you get back to living life. Schedule your free consultation today with Healthcare Evolution. Why wait months to feel better when you can go to healthcare-evolution.com, healthcare-evolution.com. Greg Amsinger is going to join us coming up at the start of the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. But, Doug, we love to go to the phone lines.
Oh.
And right now on the phone lines we have Daniel, and he's from Arizona as this show continues to get more and more popular around the world. Good morning, Daniel. You're on the Callier and Thompson phone lines with Doug Vaughn.
Hello, Daniel.
He literally,
Daniel.
I put him through,
just like that.
and he hung
God
up.
bless him.
Put him through, and he hung up.
I've never seen Doug so damn outside of when you sent the steak back twice last night because he wanted it well done.
It was too raw.
Well, and
Try it again, chef.
That's what you said? You yelled that?
Right in the middle of the ceremony, I stood up. Try it again, Chef-arino.
Like Dangerfield and Caddyshack. Tell the chef it's low-grade dog food.
Chairman said, Martin, I'm going to let you be surprised by this. Is there a loose topic that you can tell us was going to be on the table?
I mean, Daniel, I was literally in the Little Lizards room during the commercial break, and the chairman texted me to let me know that we had a live one on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. I don't know if Daniel will come back.
Yeah, just in case he calls back. I don't want to ruin his thunder yet, but it was it was very topical, and I think it would have been a great call.
Wow.
Daniel, if you're listening, Daniel, call back in. I got my eyes on the phone.
Begging for calls.
Begging for calls, guys.
So
even though we're up against Greg Amsinger joining us live in 3 minutes. That's how good Daniel was, in chairman's opinion.
Franklin in Totowa. What's up, Franklin?
No, we don't
Greg,
need him.
could you just hold on a second? I believe Daniel has called back. If you don't mind, we're just going to put you on hold. This is what usually happens is right around the top of the hour is when I start texting the guest. Sorry, running behind. Holiday usually sends a text and says, still doing this?
It's touch and go. All three producers get an A today. You're doing a great job. That's from Harrison's brother Master. What the hell just happened? What's he doing?
I don't know. We don't even have 3 producers.
Was that? I mean, because it was a compliment from Harrison's brother Master.
Just take it and run.
Maybe he sent it 3 years ago and it finally came through. He was sent it under an overdose or something.
Jackson Tanner Marsh, he was saying all 3 nailed it.
Nailed what?
I don't know, but I'm naming the 3 producers.
Have you ever heard a radio presentation and go, boy, that producer nailed it? I haven't.
No, I don't believe I have.
Suck a cactus, Daniel. Don't waste Tim's time. That's from the Veiled Prophet, and he's not happy that Daniel...
Don't wasted some of your time.
That's exactly right.
You want him to suck a cactus?
Yeah, unfortunately. Guys, all the Pogs are in South City. It's known as Pog City. That's from the Baldwin Big Ball. Is that true, Jackson?
Pog City? Yeah. I think especially around the De Pere Green, or the River De Pere Greenway thing there,
that
by
makes sense.
Morganford.
Right as you go into Shrewsbury.
Yeah.
Greg Amsinger, who is from South City, I'll ask him if it's Pog City.
Yeah.
Maybe at the end of the interview. St. John the Baptist, representing same district as St. Gabriel before it slept with the fishes. Greg Amsinger going to join us on the other side of the break talking Cardinal television and the upcoming season. We'll be at spring training in a month and 2 days. Doug, how do you do?
Yeah, that'll be
Year
fun.
21 at TMA, Cardinal Spring Training. Greg Amsinger next on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. This is the Morning After, 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Welcome back to the morning after. It is 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube page. Fisher Window and Door Store, sponsor of the 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the show Greg Amsinger, the MLB Network. Morning, Greg.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are the three of you doing?
We're wonderful. It's great to have you on the program. What's going on with you? Are you in New York City? What's going on? I need to know what's going on.
I'm right outside New York City in my little wooded village, walking around with my cup of coffee. It's called Essex Fells, New Jersey. There was a little TikTok video I watched that if you took away 3 counties in New Jersey, it's so densely populated that it would actually be, because it really is urban living, and we're all living on top of each other in New Jersey, but because it's a swamp and no one thinks it's a metropolis, it would be the 3rd largest city in the United States. People don't realize how jammed we are here in the state of New Jersey. But anyway, I digress. I'm coming to St. Louis, guys. I'm coming to St. Louis Wednesday night. But Friday, I'll be at Lindenwood University at the Scheidegger Center for a cool new, I'm calling it the Amsinger series, but it's a way to raise funds for Lindenwood Athletics for Division I now. I care a lot about my alma mater. But it's a way to kick off the baseball season. It's just ahead of the winter warm-up this upcoming weekend for the Cardinals. And I'll have Chaim Bloom and Ali Marmol on stage at the Scheidegger Center. You can still go buy tickets now. It's going to be great, man. It is an enthusiastic, energetic look at the upcoming season because I continue to remind people no one thought the Brewers were going to win almost 100 games. Anything can happen in Major League Baseball. Let's get excited for Cardinal baseball again.
When are you not enthusiastic? Or you always seem to have that energy. Do you ever just get on the air and say, Harold, tonight, all the teams suck?
You know what? You're right. It is in my makeup to the glass is half full. It's been that way since I was in high school, man. I don't know when the switch flipped. Maybe it was through athletics and my knee getting blown out. I couldn't play anymore. But I was the guy that's like, no, we are going out. To all my buddies, like, we're not sitting around playing video games. Let's go and shower, do your hair. Let's go out. Let's have a good time. I've always been that guy. So that's kind of what I'm trying to do to Cardinal baseball fans. Like, come on, let's go grab our clubs and let's go. I know you're tired, but we haven't played around in a while. Let's go talk about Cardinal baseball and get excited again.
What do you think about what the Cardinals have done this offseason or haven't done yet?
I like the plan. Chaim Bloom understands he's not going to outslug anybody. He knows that. So whatever assets he has, he's trading for young, controllable pitching. And look, pitching is such a fickle thing. It comes, it goes, it gets injured. You just never know. Ask the Dodgers. They didn't have their starters all year long. They get them all back at the end of the year. They run all the way to the World Series. But look at the Detroit Tigers. Great example. When you focus on young, controllable arms, it takes one to click, and then you have a generational talent in Tarek Skubal, which no one saw coming out of the University of Cincinnati or Seattle. And all of a sudden, you have an asset that changes the way everyone looks at the Detroit Tigers, not just in the AL Central Division during the regular season, but if you get to the postseason, you don't want to play the Detroit Tigers because of one pitcher. So the approach to really focusing on pitching and arms, I love it. And I think he needs to continue to do it. If you can move an Arenado, if you move a Brendan Donovan, whatever asset you have, I'm all in on starting pitching right now for the Cardinals.
And what are you hearing as far as Arenado? Is there a fit? Because I know he wants to play, and somebody's going to have to pay a little bit of money. Cardinals are going to have to pay. They're trying to thread that needle. Do you see a fit anywhere?
Yeah, I mean, look, the tough part is his contract, what teams he can actually give the green light to. I think Nolan's at a point now where he wants to be in an environment that fits him, whereas the Cardinals, well, I think the Cardinals will be competitive. This situation has become very awkward. I mean, I was in attendance for his last quote-unquote home game at Busch Stadium, John Mozeliak being celebrated by all the fans, which maybe there were like 15,000 people standing up for John Mozeliak. But I was there, and I watched him walk off the field, and it's going to be weird to have him back playing third base on opening day for the Cardinals. So based on his contract, it's the Angels, right? It's the Diamondbacks. It's the Red Sox. It's the teams he would give the green light to. But if the Pittsburgh Pirates don't land Eugenio Suarez, who they are focused on getting, the Pirates seem to be a club that's trying to do things differently. The Brandon Lau acquisition, Ryan O'Hearn getting a multi-year deal, that would be an interesting fit to me. And there's a club out there that no one's talking about that made a ton of moves at the trade deadline last year, that if you look at their starting pitching top to bottom, they should be extremely competitive in the division that they're playing in, the Minnesota Twins. Royce Lewis is never healthy. He might be a DH option for them because Bucks is going to play center. But you can move Arenado, a veteran leader. They're looking for another bat. They'll try to get creative. There are other teams out there. No one just has to give the green light for them to explore outside this little box that he's put himself in.
And the Red Sox lost Alex Bregman yesterday to the Cubs, so they would seem to have an opening at third base. If the Cardinals were to make a deal with Boston, would that be a record to make a third trade with the same team in about a month and a half?
It's really crazy, Doug, because if you're the Red Sox, you got to be sitting there going, we could actually look really silly. As much as all of this makes sense to us right now, we might look terrible in 4 years. Because if there's anyone that knows the inventory of the Boston Red Sox, it's Chaim Bloom. So you're going to let him walk around with a basket shopping in your produce department, knowing that what plums are bruised and what avocado to stay away from? Your inventory is not going to look great because he's going to walk around with the best guacamole in the town. I'm telling you, it doesn't make sense to me that you continuously make deals with a guy that handpicked all these minor league players and knows all of their warts. I would be shocked if they did it. You're right. It's a very unique situation that Chaim continuously goes back to his old bedroom to grab drawers and clothes out of his bottom drawer. It's just this really weird thing. But if you are the Cardinals, on the Cardinals side, you have to believe that he clearly knows what he's picking from. So it's advantage Cardinals. If they were to send him over to Boston, it would be very odd for the Red Sox to do this deal again.
Greg Amsinger, our guest here on TMA 101, ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, has an event coming up this week. If you would, tell our listeners what's going on and how they can attend.
So we're going to have a cocktail hour at 6 p.m. local. So, we're going to get you lubed up a little bit, have a little fun.
I like that.
Right? Yeah, and then the event starts at 7. Me, Ollie Marmol, Chaim Bloom on stage at the Scheidegger Center, this gorgeous theater on the campus of Lindenwood University. Just go to the Scheidegger Center box office, or you can literally Google Lindenwood Theater box office, and you'll see how to buy tickets. It's right there online. Still tickets available. We're going to have 3 aspiring broadcasters with microphones in the crowd on all 3 levels of this theater. So I'm going to interview both guys. I want you to get to know them. They're cool dudes. I mean, I'm at the winter meetings hanging out with Ollie Marmol, who's walking around with his hat backwards and a leather jacket. I go, you look like you should be in a boy band. Like, this is wild. I'm with Ollie, with John Schneider. I'm having a good time at the bar. And Ollie's like a brand new, young vibe manager. I know he's been in St. Louis for a while now, but I don't know why. He feels a bit more free. He feels like he's in a movement that fits what he brings to the party. So he looks extremely comfortable. I think it's a great fit, these two. Chaim is a really chill, cool dude. Really chill, cool dude. And I want Cardinal fans to get to know this pair. Because, guys, we know growing up in St. Louis and being around Cardinal baseball, when you say Dal Maxwell and Whitey Herzog, you think of success in the 80s. When you hear Walt Jocketty and Tony La Russa, man, you go back to 2006 and that crazy World Series run. When you think of John Mozeliak, I know it didn't work out at the end, but Mike Matheny, they went to the World Series and sparred with the Boston Red Sox. I want people to believe in the idea that Bloom and Marmol could have something special here. So we'll be on stage from 7, and we'll have them there till about 8:30, and we're going to do some Q&A with fans. So if you have any questions for the leadership of the St. Louis Cardinals, it'll be a great opportunity to do that this Friday night on the campus of Lindenwood University.
And you're helping out your alma mater. What do you think the ceiling is for Lindenwood athletics if you can get this NIL thing going in a big way?
I love where we're headed. Thursday night will be our first nationally televised men's college basketball game. The women were on last year. I think we have more talent on both rosters than we've ever had at Lindenwood University. Our coaches are awesome in the transition from Division II to Division I. It is an uphill battle. in terms of resources when you're making that transition, but they're ready to rock now. And I'm looking forward to a day where we're going to the NCAA tournament, and all it takes is one of those moments, right? Our football coach, Jed Stugard, is just an awesome leader, and I try to make as many games as I can, even some that are on the road. I went to Charleston, South Carolina to watch them spar Charleston Southern, and they came back and got a win. There's groundswell there, guys. Our resources, our facilities are outstanding. It's only growing. I'm excited, man. I mean, Division I football in the St. Louis area, people need to go watch it. Our stadium, Hunter Stadium, is gorgeous. I'm a very proud alum, and I hope an event like this that we're having Friday night can bring more people onto that campus just to recognize how special it is. And this idea of doing the Amsinger series and really merging Cardinal baseball and Lindenwood University, these two groups, these two entities that changed my life. I've got this dream job at MLB Network, but I wouldn't have it if I didn't grow up loving the Cardinals of the 1980s and having this incredible blank canvas to be as creative and crazy as I wanted at Lindenwood University. So trying to merge the two and have some synergy and some fun on Friday night.
Greg, I know you know Commissioner Manfred pretty well. What's the talk, even on MLB Network, which, of course, you want to sell the game a little bit, but I think that lockout, the impending lockout, that's all we keep thinking about. Is there any way to avert that? Is there any hope that they can figure this out?
It's funny. In November, I was at the MLB Awards in Vegas, and I had a conversation with Commissioner Manfred. And I thanked him for already meeting with the other side, the Players Association, at the previous owners' meetings. They were there, and he met with a couple of their representatives. And he told me he wanted to rip the Band-Aid off as soon as possible. He wants to meet earlier than normal. He wants to be part of the situation even much more intimately than he was last time. Normally, commissioners have negotiators on their behalf. That's what he had the last couple of collective bargaining agreements, but he's a labor lawyer. He's done this many times, and this is his last hurrah. He is going to retire in 2029. He has said that adamantly. As much fun as he's been having, he wants to hand the reins off to someone else, but he's going to be in the room this time. He wants to make sure this gets done swimmingly. He understands where the game is, guys. It has a ton of momentum. One of the greatest, if not the greatest, World Series I've ever seen. We just enjoyed. Ratings are up nationally. Attendance is up. And think about it. We've got our bird and magic right now. I know you guys are in St. Louis, and teams all over the country care just about what's going on in their region. But, man, we can't sell Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani enough. We have two incredible legends playing baseball, and they're in their prime. It would be a crime if they did not play in 2026. Rob Manfred knows that. The league office knows that. I hope the other side, the Players Association, recognizes that this is an opportunity to keep the ball moving down the mountain, man. You cannot give away the momentum. You cannot. And I really do think a deal is going to get done.
We read the story about Manfred walking into the Phillies clubhouse and Bryce Harper telling him to get out. If that's any indication of the way a lot of the top players feel, it could be a rough road, don't you think?
Yeah, but, what I'll tell you is Bryce did feel bad about that after the commissioner left and reached out to let a couple people know that, he did feel bad for it. And there's been an image and a branding of whoever the commissioner is. It's us versus them, right? It's always been like that. And when you're a leader of a clubhouse and you're the guy, you try to, stick your chest out maybe a bit too aggressively. The reason, if you want to know why he had the opportunity to do that, to go off on Rob in the clubhouse, is because Commissioner Manfred's been doing something no other commissioner has done on a regular basis, and that is go into the locker room, walk into the clubhouse of all 30 teams, look these guys in the eyes, and have a conversation with them. And I commend him for that. It takes a lot of guts because he understands the historical branding of his job from players. So the only reason that ever even took place is because Commissioner Manfred is putting himself in a situation to try to extend his right hand and get these two sides to agree, to get them to understand that it's not us versus you. We're all in this industry together, and we want it all to flourish. So I commend Rob for doing it the way he did it.
Do you have any insight on how this MLB production work? When they take over the broadcast, could likely happen with the Cardinals, multiple other teams. I think the Padres might have been the first. So much in flux now with the regional sports network stuff. And when we say or hear that, I know you're not in the production business, but do you know anything about how that works with when MLB produces the games?
Well, if you watch MLB Network, what you'll notice is that we spare no expense. The actual network that you see, our studios, our graphic package, all of our video, we have huge budgets. We put on national broadcast talent. That's what we do, okay? When Major League Baseball takes over the regional broadcasts of any of these 30 teams, and that list is just going to continue to grow, you're getting a national level broadcast. Talking to my friends that work in broadcasting for the San Diego Padres or the Diamondbacks, they love the product. They love everything that's coming out of the room, the production truck from Major League Baseball. It's our same people. We've got a gigantic crew of production staff, second to none. They're amazing at what they do, and we are just putting national level broadcast on for every Major League Baseball team that joins us. So fans don't even notice. If anything, they're complimenting the broadcast quality, the look. You're hearing the local broadcasters talk about how smooth everything is. And fans, you're getting your games, every one of your games, on whatever device you want to consume it in. So don't ever worry that if you join Major League Baseball in watching the Cardinals play, that you're going to have a hard time watching the Cardinals. It's not going to happen. You're going to be able to see the Cardinals on any device. If you're a streamer, you'll be able to watch it. If you're conventional like me and you like your big screen TV, you'll be able to watch every Cardinal baseball game. There's nothing to worry about.
Greg Amsinger, our guest. And Greg, one more time for the listeners interested in Friday night at Lindenwood, how can they go?
Yeah, the Amsinger series, new era of Cardinal baseball. All you got to do, just go on your phone, look up Lindenwood University Theater. I'm not going to try to spell the Scheidegger Center to you. That's the actual name of the theater. It all starts at 6 p.m. local. We're going to have a cocktail hour. 7 o'clock, I'll be on stage with Chaim Bloom, Ali Marmol, the Amsinger series, Lindenwood University Theater. Google the box office. Go buy your tickets right now. It's going to be a fun night, guys. I'm telling you, we're going to have a blast.
Will Chops Ritter be the opening act?
Yeah, listen, man, you need that guy. I texted Chaim and Ali, look, I basically got a bodyguard. He's funny, but not in an annoying way. Chaim didn't understand what that means. And I go, he can be hilarious without speaking. You can just watch this dude blink, and you're laughing your ass off. So I'm going to have him as the bodyguard for those games.
Chops will be there.
Nice. Friday night. Chops Ritter, Doug.
That Lindenwood's a breeding ground for sportscasters.
Telling you.
Amsinger and Chops Ritter and Bob Ramsey, Randy Carricker,
Rammer,
Rammer,
Earl Austin, Danny Mack, Jeff
McLaughlin.
Fablin,
and of course
Chris Gardner.
Greg Gardner, as you better believe.
Brendan Weesey. I forget. It goes on and on and
Vince
on.
Scully and
Dick
Enberg.
Kurt Gowdy went there, I think.
Sure, he did.
Al Michaels.
Red Barber was an early pioneer.
Update the Wikipedia stat.
Greg, always great to talk it over with you, man. And what a wonderful event you're putting on this week. Thanks so much for the time. Appreciate it, brother.
I appreciate you guys taking me on. I thank you so much, and have a great week, okay?
You too. That's Greg Amsinger with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Your thoughts on what Greg had to say regarding a wide variety of topics, 314-399-9646, or you are welcome to call in like Daniel from Arizona did.
You called back?
314. Now, pitch out. Nobody going through. 14974.
Somebody suggested we call him back, which is a little aggressive.
101. Mr. Licks, who I guess is calling in to talk about the Email of the Day competition, says we don't want a national level broadcast, Greg. I guess,
Why wouldn't you?
I don't know.
He's talking about the production values.
I would say the texter's largely upset at Greg's positivity, but that is who he is through and through. He loves the Cardinals.
And that's our texters.
Yeah.
Upset by someone being positive.
No, upset with us also.
Alex Ferrario. Did I not mention that? Lindenwood.
You guys going to blast this guy like you did the Jacksonville reporter yesterday for being friends of the people he covers? That's from Just Don't Press Push.
Did we blast the Jacksonville reporter? I think we talked about people blasting the reporter.
Right.
We largely said we didn't care. Miss Jones? Is that her name?
Lynn Jones, Martin.
And now she's making the rounds.
Oh, is that right, really?
She was on TV in Jacksonville. I believe. Do we have audio of that, Papers?
No, I have an article in the dossier about it.
And Amsinger works for the league. If he's with MLB network, he's working for the league itself.
But he's very pro Cardinals. He loves Mo, loves the Heim. So I think, but that's who he is. It's not an act. I will say that he is, and that's why I asked him at the outset. This show's largely negative, and he tends to be the opposite, upbeat. But that's not what people want to hear. Not in the current climate with the squad.
You guys absolutely better get rid of this toxic positivity that's happening on your show. It's completely unacceptable. That's from the king of Creve Coeur.
Okay.
That's fair.
Creve Coeur is a king. I thought this was a no kings movement.
I found out late Saturday that there is no NFL at-large wild cards, but I used that day spent at Lucas Oil to begin building momentum for a Doug Vaughn night during a Colts game next season. Needless to say, that probably won't happen. Thanks, Brian Henshin, sponsor of KG's Filter. It's Brian Henshin who sponsors KG's Email of the Day filter, and that certainly has gotten a lot of attention, but a lot of emails got through yesterday. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for that Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Comes your way at 9:45. 13 emails left in the month of January. Somebody is going to win a $10,000 HVAC system from Seth Goldcamp and Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Doug, remember how excited everybody was when Frank Haith got hired?
Well, I remember we all said, who?
The gentleman who got Frank Haith in trouble is making a speech regarding the upcoming college football playoff national championship game, and he is not happy.
Oh, no.
This is wonderful audio that we will have for you coming up. That, in addition to another well-known Miami host who is not happy that Indiana is a 7.5-point favorite. That coming your way. Plus, the potential end of Aaron Rodgers' career last night. But Aaron Rodgers didn't necessarily end it with a rosy press conference. We'll have that for you. In addition, it's all coming your way on the Stiefel dossier here on the morning after 101 ESPN, the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Always rowdy, yeah, so let me hear you clap your hands. Start it off slow.
TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Fisher Window and Doors, door sponsor of our 8 o'clock hour, a program that welcomes you to participate by calling in, texting, and emailing in, or gathering with other Morning After listeners in the YouTube chat. That is brought to you by Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat here on TMA, and it is a very active Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. They are not happy with Lindenwood talk. Doug, is that Bob Vollmer?
I don't know who it is.
Lindenwood talk, and then like the thinking emoji. Monday morning, 5 minutes, I can do McKendree University talk if you guys want.
Oh.
That's the Bearcats, and then we have Beer Cats and his son, who's his coital hype man.
I believe that's the case.
Are there little Bearcats?
Ryan in Breezy Point. What's up, Ryan?
Lebanon, Illinois.
Yeah.
Remember they had the pizza joint that had a pizza that was the size of a table?
Oh,
and
no.
Pat Summerall did the commercials. I could never quite figure that out. It was like Skialfas or something. Remember that he would come on? Pat Summerall.
I don't
telling
remember
you if
that,
you could
no.
eat the whole thing, it was free. Am I loosely remembering this? Dan Patrick did commercials for Fortels. It was the weirdest time in St. Louis. I'm telling you.
Mr. Lick said he was going to call in and he needed 20 minutes to talk about something that happened with the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Is he on, Chairman Kurt?
We
No.
haven't got that kind of time.
Shrewsbury Seminary student. He is on. Okay. Shrewsbury Seminary student is on. Doug, he wants to talk it over with you. Good morning,
right.
Shrewsbury.
Hello, Shrewsy.
Hey, Jackson?
What's up?
Is Jackson there?
Yes,
Is that
he
you?
just said, what's up?
Oh, I thought he was taking my call to put me on there. Do you guys not do that anymore where you take you know what I'm saying, Jackson? Where
You're
you
on the
take
air
call
right
and
now.
then
Hit the hole. Hit the hole.
Okay.
North, south.
Hey, Jackson, I have a question for you about the drops. I just have a litany of questions about the drops.
Sure.
So when you are doing the drops, are you doing like a quick search in the moment? Like, is it a word search situation? Then are you clicking something? Is there a button? How does it work?
I usually have a bunch of them open, and so if something seems germane, I'll play it. And if not, I do have a search function that I use in a pinch.
So they're like audio files. You're just opening those up and playing them, right?
Right.
Okay. And then do you remember the Jackie drops?
Sure.
Like the Jackie J drops?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but I think we could get more Jackie drops. Like the drops that you've been using are.
I like Sam Bradford. He's kind of hot. I have no hope.
Yeah.
Tough spot there.
Adam, did you call in just to kind of do a performance review with Jackson?
Shrewsbury Seminary student.
Yo. Whoa.
Adam.
New cat. Take it easy.
New cat.
I'll take that. New cat, as in Jim Hayes, or like Kojak. Hey, cat.
That's so fun. New cat.
Hey, and then I have a couple other questions. Hey, the $10,000 HVAC system, if I win that for email of the day, can I just get that in not in the HVAC system, but just in $10,000?
No, sir.
The rules are all available at 101ESPN.com or TMASTL.com, and I do not believe that's an option, Shrewsy.
Doug, did you say no?
I said no. Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and assume the answer to that is a big fat no.
All right. Well,
Disappointing for you?
Devastating.
Yeah.
Well, have you been emailing? I don't think we've read any of your emails even.
No, I've never written an email. Hey, what's the Blues history thing that's on the ads? I just heard that yesterday. What is that?
Doug?
What's the Blues history thing that's on the ads? I'm not sure I follow.
There's something that's going on during the commercial breaks where they're talking about Ben Johnston sometimes. They'd be like, Blues history, this date from 2002.
This date in Blues history. What's the question?
What's that all about? I think it was the question.
This is so weird.
Tim, Just don't press push told me to stop butting in. Wow. So I guess we need this caller just to kind of eat.
Hey, all right, so gambling's legal in Missouri now. Can I just put out a statement to some people out there?
Sure.
Listen, if you're at a family event or an event amongst coworkers or with friends or whatever, this is a statement for all the fats that want to probably hear about you guys break down the Blues third line tonight or something. Nobody wants to hear about your parlay, okay? Nobody wants to hear about your parlay. Nobody.
And you're just speaking to the fats when you say that?
Yeah, I don't want to hear about the parlay.
Okay.
Nobody cares about it. Nobody cares about that. It's like people talking about their fantasy team. Quit talking about your parlay at events with people. I don't want to hear about it.
Okay. You're pretty upset.
Yeah. All right. Hey, I got a call coming. I got to go.
Okay, sorry to bother you.
That was the Shrewsbury Seminary student.
There you have it.
Can we get him through the seminary so he can be assigned somewhere? I mean, no offense.
Mr. Licks, Doug, is on the Callier and Thompson phone line. So good morning, Mr.
I thought
Licks.
I'd be this excited.
Shrewsy, time to look in the mirror. That was a tough one.
Okay.
Hey, I want to correct two things. One, I want to make sure when he talked about hearing about parlays, I do want to hear about every bet that Tim has placed because I find that interesting.
Oh,
Yeah, it is a little bit. I agree. It's a little
filthy
different.
lemon.
And two, he just put on a master class about how to run a promotion because when he asked a question about the biggest prize in the show's history for email of the day, Doug, amateur hour over here, just like blurts out no.
Because that was the correct answer.
Tim, you know what? Tim smartly says, check the rules out. Where go here to find the rules. That's what a businessman does.
A little busman. But the correct answer was no.
Doug channeled his inner Francesa.
Back yourself into a corner, Doug. Okay, so I want to read something. Something really dumb, okay? As the 2026 PGA Tour season begins this week at the Sony Open in Hawaii. Do you say Hawaii or Hawaii?
Doug, do you say
Just
Hawaii?
Hawaii. I don't try to go Hawaii. Just Hawaii.
Okay, Hawaii. I wanted to provide an update to our fans on recent player developments that have been in the news. The blah, blah, blah. Since becoming CEO last year, my primary focus, blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. I lost my spot. This is not good.
What's going on here?
I think he's reading the PGA statement in this regards. Brooks Koepka return.
Yeah, I've been fortunate to hear and learn from so many of our fans. Notice that, Jackson, he said hear, not listen. There's a difference. Pay attention. Okay? Along the ways we can further enhance the drama, blah, blah, blah. On December 23rd, 2025, Brooks Koepka notified this reads like a crime statement or report. He's stating the date and a player that his previous affiliation had concluded. So this is like when you break up with an ex, you won't even say their name. They just say that his previous affiliation had concluded. They don't have the balls to say live.
Who cares?
And that's a problem. This prompted our boards to evaluate how we deliver. First of all, you don't need multiple boards to run a golf association.
You don't have the balls to answer whether or not you think Jeff Fisher should come back or not.
Thank you. But to how we deliver the best version of the PGA Tour for our fans, players, and partners. Notice how he waits till the very end to mention the money. Interesting. You paying attention, Jackson?
Whatever, dude.
I don't think any of us are paying attention.
I'm just reading texts that are saying, get this guy off the air. What are we listening to? But I can't tell if they're old texts because they've been cycling on from the Shrewsbury dude or if they're new texts. So carry on.
You know what? The texters are the type of people to complain about that reporter saying something empathetic to the Jacksonville coach. I find that ridiculous, okay? No one cares about sports journalism anymore. Right. Designed to provide an alternate path back to PGA Tour competition.
How long are you going to be reading this?
I'm almost there. Okay, I'm almost there. It also includes elite performance-based criteria. This is the most ridiculous part. That requires winning the Players' Championship, Masters, PGA, U.S. Open, or the Open Championship. You like that, Doug? Between 2022 and 2025. How ridiculous is that? Okay, this is the We Want 4 Players Back program. That's all this is. I find it a farce.
Oh, gosh.
Clip that off. So that means
Guess who
Phil
doesn't
Mickelson
qualify?
and P. Reed will not be welcomed back with open arms.
Yeah, which I find interesting because in the very beginning of the statement, he says they want to respect the past. Oh, so they're going to respect Phil? No. They're not.
Okay, we've been here a long time.
Sure have. Sure indeed have.
Licks, outside of the live issue, I know that you were unhappy with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Voting yesterday? What was the issue?
No one pivots like you do, Tim.
Filthy.
Yeah, how exactly is it that Doug and Tim didn't have a chance to vote on the email today?
Sure, I can explain that. When there's 5 people...
Yesterday, Jackson, I'm still talking... They had both publicly stated after my email had been read that I pretty much, I had their vote at that time. TBD, all emails had to be read. But, that was big. And then I find out at the end, whatever circus you're running, you didn't let them vote.
This facade. When you have a 5-person voting pool and 3 people vote the same way, that means majority rules, therefore voting has concluded.
Okay, well, when you see Tim's vote, doesn't that influence you to change it to what he says?
No, that would actually be the opposite of integrity. Voting for what you think is the best is the only way to do it.
So Licks is saying, find me a few votes if you would. If you wouldn't mind, just find me a few votes.
That's fine, I guess. All right, well, I apologize, Jackson.
No apology necessary.
Last thing, I do appreciate all the houses on Litzinger really stepped up their game this year. The Christmas lights were dazzling, and I appreciate that. Felt like that needed to be said. And I stand for Wesley Bryan. That's all I got. Thanks.
Doug, there it is. That's Mr.
Right.
Lick says the Callier and Thompson phone lines are red hot this morning.
Whew, gosh.
Text line might be hotter.
I guess he lives right there along Litzinger, no doubt. As wealthy a gentleman as he is.
Yeah. And he's a PA guy?
I don't know what he does. I just don't.
Licks is a male hairdresser in Dupo? Is that? I thought he was
think that's
private
possible.
equity guy.
Yeah.
I'm picturing Uncle Rico.
Do they have a lot of hairdressers in Dupo?
I'm guessing no.
Sure they have their share.
Yeah.
I could see barbers.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Clippers.
Sure.
Why is this D-bag still on my airwaves? Bro, we get it. You want to get with Tim. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
I think both my brothers are hot.
Okay, Charlie.
Doug, Frank Haith was a huge hire by Missouri 14 years ago.
Yeah, worked great.
But the problem is outside the price they paid for getting such a big hire was that he had some problems back at Miami. Do you remember the name Nevin Shapiro?
Not really, no.
Martin, do you remember that name?
I honestly forgot it until you teased the way you did. I'm like, oh, that's right. There was a scandal at Miami as Haith was getting out the door. Direct flight to
when you type in Nevin Shapiro on Google overview, it comes up as American con artist.
That's what comes up.
American fraudster.
One of the things that he's doing now is a podcast. And he is...
is it called American Fraudster?
American Fraudster. And he is not happy with the thought around the country that Miami will just be Indiana's latest victim. Doug, I don't know if you had a chance to listen when he posted the podcast
I
yet.
didn't really.
Okay, well, here's a clip of Nevin Shapiro, Frank Haith's friend, his podcast.
I really don't give a who we're playing. They're walking into a buzzsaw, bro. Blacks, whites, Haitians, Jamaicans, Jews, Nicaraguans, Spanish. It don't matter, bro. It's 23 years of venom that's going to come out in a jambalaya pool of anger and exorcism. It's facts. Welcome to the jungle, man. That shit's going to be fucking lit. Inside and out, no passes. I'm just telling you, man. It won't be the Orange Bowl, but the personalities are the same.
Mm-hmm.
What in the world was that?
It was like Jack Nicholson at the beginning of The Departed. Seemed to be wedged in there out of nowhere.
And why are we listing all the demographics?
He doesn't care who they are. He doesn't care who they are.
Nevin Shapiro, in case you're wondering, according to Wikipedia, is an American fraudster who received a 20-year prison sentence for orchestrating a $930 million Ponzi scheme. The remainder of Shapiro's sentence was commuted. President Biden in December of 24, according to interviews, he allegedly engaged in rampant violations of NCAA rules over 8 years as a booster for University of Miami athletics.
So why was he let out of jail?
I don't know. Yeah, the Ponzi scheme, but when it was somebody was right, was it Yahoo kept writing about it?
Yeah, you're right.
When Haith got to Mizzou, that story just kept popping up, and I think Haith was asked about it a couple of times. I don't know. So that's Nevin Shapiro, Doug, breaking down the big game.
So if you are an Indiana fan making your way to Hard Rock in 6 days, maybe you think twice after you hear Nevin Shapiro's warning of what you're walking into.
Especially if you're black, white, Hispanic, or Asian. Is that what he said?
I think also Jewish or Nicaraguan. I believe all were listed as a reason why it's going to be tough for the Indiana Hoosiers. 23 years, I think he said, of pent-up anger, and it's going to come raining down, even though it won't be at the Orange Bowl. We're going a little suburban here, but they will rain it down upon these Hoosiers.
23 years of pent-up anger. Many of the players aren't even 23 years old.
Most.
Yeah, the best player is 17. So, he's issued the warning. So I know you were planning on spending $4,000 to sit in the top row of the building. Are you going to think twice about it now that Nevin Shapiro has warned you about the cauldron?
Now I want Indiana to beat them by 50 just because of this jackwagon.
Well, then you won't be happy with what they're saying on Dan Levitard's show. You know, he's a big Miami guy. Martin, did you ever see Catholics versus Convicts? The 30 for 30 on ESPN about the Notre Dame-Miami 1988 game when the Notre Dame students had the Catholics versus Convicts T-shirts. It's a great 30 for 30.
I didn't see the 30 for 30. I remember that era. A friend of mine last week, a Miami guy, sent me a meme or picture that said Confederates versus convicts, and it was the Ole Miss Miami.
So Dan Levitard and his crew are insulted by the fact that Indiana is a 7.5-point favorite. They're not happy,
They're
just
insulted.
like Nevin Shapiro. Take a listen.
Miami should not be a touchdown underdog to anybody who plays college football. That's asinine. But it's just because of the way the last two games have gone. And I give Indiana all the blessed credit in the world. But when they played at Penn State against Penn State's athletes, that was a close game. When they went to Iowa, and that was a close game, and it was with the same Mendoza.
People have got no shame. The way that Miami's played the last two games. You mean against a 13-1 SEC team and the defending national champions?
Yeah.
Okay. I listen to all these podcasts, and they're already doing a fair amount of previewing. Take a lesson from very recent history. Y'all have been saying the same thing for 3 weeks. It's the exact same thing I've heard about the 4 picks against Louisville and the SMU game going into College Station. I heard the exact same thing going into the Cotton Bowl. They better score more than 10 points against a team like Ohio State. Well, they better score more points than 24 against a team like Ole Miss.
And Urban Meyer telling everybody they're not going to score 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, they better. Hey, they better clean it up if they want to play Indiana. Okay, all right. Anybody at all in media want to say, "Hey, I'm done doubting this team. Spot the ball. Let's see what's going to happen."
Boom. A lot of tough talk.
Boom. Man.
Okay, now I want Indiana to beat them 70-0.
I mean, after hearing Nevin Shapiro's podcast, have you listened to the whole thing yet? Or just
Hell no. I heard a lot more than I ever wanted to.
Why was Levitard talking like that when they see these athletes? He's talking like
you didn't like the inflection?
He was like chanting. Well, listen again.
Indiana, all the blessed credit in the world, but when they played at Penn State against Penn State's athletes, that
no one talks like that.
Read. It's a good read there, Peppers.
Doesn't all the other teams have athletes?
Yes.
Did you ever see Missouri's kicker?
Yeah, well
not an athlete.
Him not excluded.
Kind of nice how the kids from Bloomington, not the Cutters, but the kids from Bloomington, Indiana,
breaking away.
That they're the heavies in all of this. That the Miami is the kind of the glitzy Miami big city is kind of the underdog.
Yeah, Carson
Just
Beck,
not
I think,
getting any
who
respect.
drives, I think, a Lamborghini around Miami.
I am telling you, this weekend in Miami, Doug, forget about it. You are going to have some Indiana alums who have done quite well for themselves. And I'm not talking about like Cuban. I'm talking about, guys who went to school there. They've done well. They're going to get together with their buddies who they haven't seen in a decade or two, and they are going to live life to the fullest, and they're going to run into some people, and we're going to have ourselves a little bit of a pony show. We're going to have some fisticuffs, we're going to have some crime, and we're going to have some fun before this thing even gets underway at Nevin Shapiro's Hard Rock Stadium, where he says all the demographics are waiting for them with pent-up anger of 23 years. I was going to hedge some of my bet on Miami to win this whole thing and take Indiana, but after hearing Dan Le Batard and his team and Nevin Shapiro, it seems to me that Miami is now a lock to win straight up. Woot, woot.
I don't know. I hope they get killed. When I was there, most of the people at the University of Miami were not from the Miami area. They were New Yorkers. They came from all over the country to go there, but the people who lived in that area all wanted to go to Florida or Florida State or one of those schools.
How about their broadcast? Kevin Wheeler, Rob Desir, all from the U.
How
about
that? Right.
Did you see the text? I don't know who put it out or tweet that put it out that said, game day better have Lee Corso, who coached at Indiana.
No.
That's got to happen, right?
I would think so.
I'd hope.
Bring him in just for that.
Maybe Jimmy Johnson there for Miami.
Yeah. And then we get, did you say Mark Cuban, Tim, or are you talking about the Cubans in Miami?
Because you talking about Mark Cuban.
Mark Cuban could be down there. Hey, there's a new Cuban in Miami.
Mark Cuban was in Glendale on Thursday night.
Yeah.
Or no, he was in Atlanta, I'm sorry, on Friday night. Hell, man, might have been in Glendale, too.
It's so hard with these games. There's so many games and bowls because they're big games. You don't really care where they are. Then they're, it's the Peach Bowl.
Yeah,
that's
the
right.
Fiesta Bowl and the Peach Bowl.
Forgot.
Let's see. Yeah. Some people are saying this is the dog's new road kit. I'm calling BS on it. Doug, thoughts? The doggies have a new road kit according to the Veiled Prophet, and it's gold?
Gold.
Why would it be gold?
I don't know if the Veiled Prophet is on that. We'll have to check with Matt Poling on that. Martin, I'll do that in the commercial break. See if there's a gold, what do you call it, Doug? Kit? You call it a kit?
I never, one
Martin
time in my
say
life.
uniform, but then you go, no, kit.
Well, kit would be the whole uniform.
Right, that's what Doug tells us.
The shirt is the jersey. They call it shirts.
But they
not to be confused with
gold
chest
is
shirts.
not one of their colors.
Soccer teams do that all the time, where they have like a third jersey that's totally
We're hot pink, mister.
away, totally away from their normal color. That's not uncommon.
Doug, I'm a massive hooah for Cuban sandwiches. That's from Little Judy Suckins.
Oh, Cuban sandwiches are great.
Tremendous. Pressed like that.
So you are also a little hooah for these, like Little Judy Suckins.
Well, I've never hoard myself out to get a sandwich. But if I was so hungry that I had to, a Cuban sandwich would be on the menu.
It's one of the few things I'll put just straight yellow mustard on. That and the hot dog.
And a pickle on there, too.
Right, but like yellow mustard is such an overpowering condiment. But on a Cuban, it works great.
Is the Cuban the type of sandwich?
Yes.
Like this?
It's kind of flat.
It's usually
like a pressed
It's usually
panini.
ham, pork, like a pulled pork or a pork shoulder. Pickles, usually a mustard, maybe even a mayonnaise. And that pork that they have is seasoned for a long time. And then they press the sandwich down. That's usually on Cuban bread that you press down. They make it in the movie Chef with John Favreau.
Oh, Tim, they make it in the movie Chef.
Chef with John Leguizamo, Sofia Vergara, John Favreau.
You want to really treat yourself, do a Cuban Reuben.
Ooh, that sounds good.
Cuban
I do love a
Reuben.
Reuben. That sounds really good.
Talk about it.
I'm hungry.
Well, we got you ready for the national championship game, which is next Monday, Doug.
It's City Red, Doug, not hot pink.
It's
That's
hot
from
pink.
Doug's grease missile.
You can call it whatever you want. I've seen it. It's hot pink.
Depends on the lighting.
But now it might be gold, according to the Veiled Prophet.
Could be a third jersey situation.
They're back to work yesterday. The season that ends in November begins in January. They are underway.
33, 26, 43 all time. But yeah, let's get a gold kit. That's from TMA's Vice President of Special Projects. He's not happy with this gold kit thing.
Well, I'm not gonna let it bother me. I just like to see a team stick to the uniform colors that they've started with.
Like anthracite
And our
yellow.
colors are hot pink.
Hey, Jackson, do you appreciate a good Italian beef sandwich there, boy? That's from Ironhead.
I do, but I think it's the little brother to the Philly cheesesteak, unfortunately.
Little brother. My wife makes a great Italian beef. I prefer it to a Philly.
Really?
Yeah. What do you got? Onions and all that on that Philly thing?
Yeah, but there's no cheese in Italian beef.
Yeah, we put cheese.
Okay, that changes it.
You got your peppers?
Yeah, I like that.
You want it soggy?
I don't like it. I don't like a sandwich dripping in its own juices.
Oh, you don't like au jus?
No, au jus is not my preferred dipping sauce.
What's your preferred dipping, boy?
Like an actual little thicker condiment.
You're kind of a soppings elitist.
Yeah, that's why I like what I like.
He likes fixings.
Love fixings.
We need a day where we can bolt on out of here and go right to Adriana's. Get some sandwiches.
One of my favorites.
Finally, you guys are talking about the dogs. You know, the preseason started yesterday. That's from Alexandra Daddario. Doug, you remember her? She was with Matthew McConaughey and Woody Harrelson.
Okay.
I just said the season started yesterday. We covered it.
Are there guys who kick with both legs? There are, I mean, they have a dominant leg, of course, but they can kick with both. Dribble, certainly with both.
Doug, good news. Stan Kroenke is in litigation with the city of Inglewood. We will detail that as we celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Rams moving. Stan Kroenke is in a $400 million suit with the city of Inglewood. Details on the other side of the break. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
New year, new vehicle. And you can do that no matter what your situation, no matter what your circumstance. Go to AutoLoanPro.com. That's where you can select the vehicle. They'll help you get into that car with little to no money down, get you the best rates possible. They do that at AutoLoan Pro because they work with over 50 different lenders. Making that large purchase with financing gets complicated, especially if there's a hiccup along the way. Don't worry about it. AutoLoan Pro gets you back on track. That's why they developed the free playbook to explain how the credit industry works. Get online, download the free playbook, pick out your car at AutoLoanPro.com. So they'll help educate you and also get you the car of your choice in the future. AutoLoan Pro is part of the Lita family. Anyone can sell you a car, but it takes a pro to do it right. Great selection of the vehicles online, and then again, easy to get you approved, little to no money down, best rates possible. So don't be shy, no matter what the situation is. Get that vehicle at AutoLoanPro.com.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Mavericks beat the Nets last night, 113-105. Cooper Flagg with 27 points and 3 steals in the win. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Pac. You like this one, Doug, or not?
Yeah, this is fine.
Jackson,
because of the Orioles? Did you see that? They're doing a Tupac night at Camden Yards.
Really?
They said he lived in Baltimore from 84 to 88. They were instrumental years in his life. And I'm like, is he from there?
Yeah, right.
Like, yeah, no, they're doing a Tupac bobblehead at an Orioles. I'm sure Holiday will be there. The Orioles announced that yesterday. I thought that's why you were playing it.
Maybe it is. I don't know.
No. But did you hear Tim's tease into the segment?
Put that up.
It was about California. Inglewood.
Yeah.
Inglewood is up to no good as, who says that in the song, Pac or Dre?
I think Inglewood, or Dre. Because it isn't, I don't know.
Doug, we are celebrating the 10th anniversary of getting a UFL team as the Rams moved 10 years ago, officially, yesterday.
Ouch.
And Stan Kroenke is celebrating it by litigating against the cities.
Why is he suing?
From Sportico this morning, Rams owner Stan Kroenke's companies are waging a high-stakes legal battle against the city of Inglewood, which, as you heard Dre say, is up to no good, over the placement of new billboards near Kroenke's SoFi Stadium and a development agreement. Inglewood claims Kroenke wants a, quote, billionaire's exception from how the law treats ordinary people. Now, that would be off-brand. The litigation is unfolding as SoFi Stadium readies to host the 2026 FIFA World Cup games, the 2027 Super Bowl, and the 2028 Olympics. There are 2 lawsuits occurring simultaneously. Now, this started last July when a group of companies connected to SoFi Stadium sued to block Inglewood's agreement with WOW Media to build billboards, kiosks, displays, and other signage bordering Hollywood Park, a 300-acre development that includes SoFi Stadium, YouTube Theater, and numerous businesses and residences. As described by Inglewood, the billboards will provide traffic and safety information, including for upcoming World Cup matches on public property. The plaintiffs argue Inglewood lacked the legal capacity to enter into this agreement and that the billboards will harm opportunities for sponsorship revenue to offset the $5 billion private investment needed to construct the stadium. Another alleged concern is that new signage could impair the ability of host committees to honor the commitments they made with the NFL, LA 28, and FIFA, since the new billboards would be under the complete control of a single for-profit advertising company that lacks any connection to the events. As a result, WOW would allegedly be able to sell advertising directly adjacent to the venues to competitors, event partners, or sponsors. That outcome could result in ambush marketing in the playoffs, assert, since WOW could promote brands that compete with event sponsors. Inglewood maintains the plaintiffs are trying to control what the city does on public property for their private benefit. So Stan Kroenke, Doug, is now in litigation with the city of Inglewood.
Seems like he winds up in litigation with just about anyone he's ever dealt with, doesn't it?
Yes.
I'm not going to speak for Stan. That's something that Stan needs to do.
Is Mayor Butts still in charge of Inglewood? Remember that? He was the guy.
That was the gentleman. I was recounting as we celebrated the 10th anniversary of the Rams moving out of town yesterday in a call with someone. When I went out to, Doug, it was a reconnaissance mission.
Was it?
Went out to California, went to Oakland, the town hall meeting there. I was the only person not dressed in a costume. Went to the San Diego town hall meeting, and then went to L.A. for what was a scheduled interview with Mayor James T. Butts. And we were supposed to, he was going to give me a tour of what became SoFi Stadium, but it was just an empty lot at the time. And the morning of that interview, I received an email from his assistant letting me know that Mayor Butts was not going to be available because he was part of the mass transit committee for the greater city of Los Angeles. And I said, that's fine. I'm going to be here tomorrow, so we can do it tomorrow if that works. And she said, oh, he's really busy. He won't be available tomorrow either.
Oh.
And then at that moment, it was pretty clear to me that he had received a call from Earth City.
He'd been got to.
That's correct. And I said, well, I have some friends out here, and I'm just going to be here for the next couple of weeks, so you just let me know when and where, and I'll talk it over with James T. Butts, the mayor. And then I did not hear back from the city of Inglewood for that opportunity.
Okay.
So Kroenke's going to battle over billboards and he's talking about that they could be promoting something that's competing with the Olympics and the Super Bowl. Like, what are we talking about here?
Yeah, like people won't pay attention to either of those events.
Oh, sure, that's a great billboard. I don't think I'll go to the Super Bowl.
Like the dinner theater on La Brea. I'll go to that instead of the Olympics. What does that make? How's that make sense?
That was almost Dennis Miller-esque.
Did you say it was hundreds of millions he's suing?
400 million.
By the way, the lady who let me know that James T. Butts was not going to be available that day or the next day, and then went unavailable when I said, well, I'll just be in L.A. for the next couple of weeks, sued James Butts 6 years later and the city of Inglewood for wrongful termination, sexual harassment, and retaliation. In August of 2021, she filed a second lawsuit alleging that Butts continued to stalk and harass her and intimidate her clients in order to destroy her business and interfere with her ability to earn a living. So that transpired. For the record, Mayor Butts denied any and all allegations of coercion, of harassment. But in June of 2018, after Inglewood resident activist Diane Sombrano criticized the city council during one of its meetings, James T. Butts was heard on a video recording saying, "Go choke yourself out, Diane," into his microphone afterwards. This is the gentleman I didn't get a chance to walk Hollywood Park with.
Maybe it's a good thing. He might have killed you.
Tough name to have for those allegations, Mayor Butts. Not great.
Then there's a second lawsuit with Stan Kroenke. The second lawsuit was filed just last month. Companies connected to Hollywood Park, the development led by Kroenke, insist that Inglewood has illegally reneged on obligations from a development agreement that the plaintiffs insist literally saved the city from bankruptcy. The complaint says that in 2011, Inglewood was on the brink of bankruptcy with 17% unemployment when Hollywood Park fell into its lap. Inglewood has allegedly engaged in bad faith by asserting that development agreement is now void. The plaintiffs depict Inglewood as opportunistically and deceptively reneging on pledges after Hollywood Park invested billions of dollars that created new businesses and jobs for Inglewood residents and generated millions in admissions and parking revenue for the city. More specifically, Inglewood is accused of repudiating its contractual obligation to reimburse Hollywood Park for spending millions on infrastructure improvements. Kroenke asserts that while no taxpayer dollars were used to build the stadium, the deal allowed them to recoup tens of millions of dollars in costs, ranging from installing streetlights and fire hydrants to running shuttle buses and providing officers as security on game days. So 2 lawsuits between Stan Kroenke and the city of Inglewood.
Mm-hmm. Maybe he'll move the team. Right back
Every
here.
10 years?
Mm-hmm. Right back here.
Could there be a new lawsuit, Doug, that somebody went into the bathroom while he was using it? You think that's possible?
Yeah, I remember that. That was in Minnesota. Yeah. I was up there. They were playing at the University of Minnesota because the Viking Stadium was being built, still under construction. And he had a seat right next to the press box. And every time he'd get up and have to go to the bathroom, which was often for a gentleman his age, apparently, they'd shut down the restroom facilities for everyone else. Hundreds of people couldn't use it because Kroenke had to be in there by himself. And he had a bunch of guards, henchmen, standing right outside the door with their arms folded like, we dare you to go in there.
And while I've heard this story before, I love this story because I think it's symbolic. I think it's, I need to use the restroom. You all can wait.
Mm-hmm.
If they do move, Dan Kroenke's going to have you know what to pay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I tweeted that out at the time. I took a picture of it and tweeted it out. And the Rams were not happy because I happened to be on the Rams flight for that.
That's a little problem.
I didn't know that part of the story.
Good for you, Doug.
Hey, man, what you doing, man? You trying to make the owner look bad?
Yeah, that's kind of the speech I got. Yeah,
That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm telling the truth about this guy.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're gonna get on that. You're gonna get on that plane to order a steak, aren't you, Vaughn?
Yeah, send it back.
On the plane, send it back.
Put it in the jet engine.
Try it again, chef. That's what I screamed at the pilot.
That's what you did last night at the MAC.
Same thing. Yeah, it's a pattern.
Morning, boys. I'm back from vacation. It feels like it's been a month since I heard you guys. I just sent my first ever email for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. That's from the MILF Hunter. So we've got the guy, Big Paz, who says South City is known as Pog City.
I don't know.
And now the MILF Hunter, and we have the Huntley Hot Wife Hunter. There's a real demographic in this audience.
I think so.
I mean, most of it is MBA students from Wash U, ladies, of course. But then there's this group of guys in their 40s and 50s who are looking for pogs.
Instead of hunting for pogs, they got to try to hunt these monkeys that are still on the loose. You been following that story? We got monkeys running around St. Louis.
Flip it off.
Velvet monkeys.
Excuse me? Velvet freeze?
That's
How
the
many
name
velvet
of them.
freezes are
They're
left?
called velvet monkeys. The latest report says that they're intelligent, but also temperamental and not friendly to humans, kind of like Jackson.
Oh!
I wouldn't.
You want some? You got the Harrison's brother master.
Wow. That's what you get.
It's vervet, not velvet, Doug.
Oh, it looks like... you're right. V-E-R-V-E-T.
Velvet Jones, and that was Eddie Murphy's character on Saturday Night Live, and he wrote a book called You Want to Be a Hoe? Am I correct on that?
I don't know about that. Vervet monkeys.
I prefer
Lots of them.
I prefer velvet. I think that's
I do
funnier.
too.
Now I picture them all wearing dinner jackets.
They're like more charismatic.
They're walking around
They
town.
sound kind
They
of.
look like they could be the maitre d'.
They said they'd be afraid of
Where did they escape from? They used to work at Al Baker's. They just got loose.
It says they would likely run away from adults, but they may challenge dogs or young children.
Yeah. I wouldn't mess with them.
And how many are running around town?
I think at least 4.
I think there's 4 of them, and there's a goat as well.
A goat?
So, please,
This is how we're celebrating the 10th anniversary of losing the NFL.
No, please, God, don't let this become national news.
I can see
we just
how
can't take this right now.
Oh, it's
I
already
can see how
gotten
a
out.
monkey could be hard to catch. Because they can go anywhere, but you'd think we could latch onto the goat.
I feel like a goat is low priority in terms of if it's going to eat someone's lawn up a little bit, it'd be all right.
Forget the goat. Get the monkeys.
We'll get you some sod.
Doug, is the goat velvet?
The velvet, yeah. Cashmere goat.
Smoking just, yeah, one of those cigarettes that's on like a
whole like Cruella de Vil.
Yes.
It's a fraternity of velvet monkeys.
What did Franco Payne say? We're the dumb show. We just get a lot of stuff wrong. We're just dumb.
Well, what if you were to go out to your car after this show and right there is a monkey waiting for you? What do?
Turn rear?
Yeah.
I guess you would.
Walk
You'd run
backwards
away.
slowly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a gift card.
Would you call it animal control or the police? I guess animal control, right?
Either.
Yeah.
I think.
One will call the other.
Yeah. Of all the things to worry about this town, now we've got these high-class velvet monkeys.
That was a huge concern of mine as a kid, that the tiger at the zoo would get loose and then come to my home.
As a young kid, you actually thought about that?
Terrified me, yes. I was always concerned of wild animals coming to the door.
Like knocking on the door and then wanting to piece of you.
Yeah.
Like an antelope?
You'd look outside and there'd be just a big old tiger or a lion. Antelope would be
we
okay
have had
with.
mountain lions in this area.
Yeah, that's for sure. And bears. Right in Brentwood.
Mm-hmm.
I think some monkeys got loose in Mississippi a few months ago, and there was some rumors that they were running around with herpes, so people were kind of all up in arms about that.
Well, they thought they might have sexual encounters with these monkeys?
I don't know if it was like those kind of herpes.
Well, we've
but-
read that story about the guys who went out to that house and then just stuck around.
What's happening here? Are we talking about Inglewood?
This is what happens when the Cardinals can't hit.
Yeah, I know.
Wow. Well, the monkeys apparently have not been captured, so
No,
be
so
on it
they're
for
out
all
there. At
those
least
listening.
heads up.
We
Yeah.
like to do public service announcements on occasion. Blues play at 6:30 tonight against Carolina. If you're en route to the game, be careful.
Yeah, if you see them.
I would think if it gets real cold, a monkey's life could be in jeopardy.
So
If he
this
has to-
Saturday when the temperatures drop.
I would
But
think so.
don't take
Animal
them
control's waiting for this cold streak will get
Freeze
them
them out.
like a wart.
Guess maybe they could find an abandoned house.
Has anybody reported their monkeys missing? Where did these come from?
Well, it's highly illegal.
I was gonna say.
It's like reporting that
Someone stole your
robbed
drugs. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Like, it's kind of a tough spot. Who's the guy? Joe Exotic? Was that the guy with the Tiger King?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That would be worse.
Oh, yeah.
4 tigers running around St. Louis would be considerably
Yes,
worse.
stay in your home.
Than the monkeys. Yeah.
You can email in your thoughts on the state of the union
On what?
morning after.
Whatever you'd like.
At InsideSTL.com. The Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day is going to come your way here at approximately 9:45 on our Stiefel dossier. Mark Hanna, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour on TMA. This is the morning after on 101 ESPN. And
Great thing about Schnucks, your neighborhood-friendly grocery store. But on top of that, they continue to find ways to save you money, and that's why I'm excited to talk about something new that they've rolled out here in 2026, making those trips to the grocery store even more rewarding. They just launched this new way to save. It's called Schnucks Rewards Boost. It's like a game, but that prize is the money that's coming off your grocery bill. It's pretty easy. Just go to the Savings tab in the Schnucks Rewards app and select Boost. Hit activate on there, and whatever boost you like, shop as usual. Then you can track your progress towards completing the boost right in the app. Just make sure you meet that goal before the expiration date, and you will earn more rewards. That's on top of the rewards that you were earning already. So if you don't have the app, download the Schnucks Rewards app, which is already great because it keeps track of your purchases, lets you know about additional coupons or savings that are coming your way. But now you can go into the Savings tab, find the Boost game, and you're going to earn with Boost. Start today. Level up your savings game only in the Schnucks Rewards app.
It's the morning after 101 ESPN. The show airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. You can always podcast it via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. And Doug, if you look on your right, you're going to see a gentleman. His name is Andy Crouppen.
Yes, I saw him standing over there. Hello, Andy.
Hey.
Welcome back from a nice little holiday trip, a holiday respite.
Yes, it was beautiful.
You know, there are people all over the country trying to get to exactly where you were for this Indiana-Miami college football playoff game, where tickets now, the lowest ticket, Doug, I saw this morning, $3,957 if you're interested in seeing
4 or 5
the game. Yeah.
That's amazing. I remember when the Rams were in the Super Bowl.
The Atlanta or the New Orleans one?
Well, both.
Yeah.
We went to both, and I remember the Rams one. We got tickets. We got in the stadium for like $300.
All right.
In fact, my sister, and obviously I'm sure these days are long gone. We didn't have a ticket for my sister. I guess whatever. She came last minute. And we just I don't know how we arranged this, but found some guy who worked in the stadium. He's like, give me $300 cash. I'll just walk her in.
How about that? That's a hookup.
And it
That's
worked.
a cottage industry.
Really? Yeah.
So where did she stay during the game?
You know, people are standing up. And, although actually at the Super Bowl, it's weird. It's a lot of corporate people who don't care about the game who aren't standing up. But I don't know. We made it work.
Yeah, the atmosphere. I've been to. You guys probably went to both of them, right? Martin, you went to the Atlanta. Doug, I'm sure you went to Atlanta, New Orleans.
Yeah, I was at both.
I thought, relative to what you would expect, it's tepid because of exactly what you said. It's a lot of corporate. I want to be seen. I want to say I went to the Super Bowl. Whereas if you want passion for an NFL game, I think the conference championship game is probably the peak of that.
Oh, for sure. People are yelling at you to sit down in exciting moments in the game at the Super Bowl. Really. I mean, it is not packed with fans of the team. There are some, but
he's got a lanyard on that says MasterCard. Hey, pal, sit down.
That's right. and it's gotten even worse because I think maybe when you could get in for $300, $400, $500, which wasn't that long ago, you got fans that traveled. Now, I mean, it's unaffordable.
You said you paid off the ticket guy at the gate. Do you think that happens a lot at these big exclusive events?
I think there's less and less of that kind of stuff. I think there were still paper tickets then, and so that made it easier. I think once computers screwed everything up, Doug.
I can't even sneak in an event anymore.
Yeah. Aside from the murder, maybe the Unabomber was right.
Technological assessment manifesto.
I think I think if we could go back to a simpler time, speaking of a simpler time, I did something very, very irresponsible, and as a result had to spend, not last night, the night before, in Hot Springs, Arkansas. You ever been there?
No.
What was going on in Hot Springs?
Wow. So I needed a passport passport
you're trying to get out of the country.
You're sneaking people into the Super Bowl. You're defending the Unabomber.
Not the murder part.
Say Una? Okay.
Not the murder part.
And now you need a passport. Is something going on that you need to tell us about, Andy?
Just life.
Okay.
Anyway, so I had to go get a same-day passport at the Hot Springs, Arkansas passport office. And I stayed in a hotel down there that was this sort of, it has seen better days, but at one point was this grand, old hotel. And it was the creepiest night of my life. It was empty. It was massive. It probably had not been redone in 100 years. I had a physical key, like a metal key.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It was... It's a fascinating place. It's a very cool place, Hot Springs, but it has been untouched. No new development in the main area there, and they have all these old bathhouses there. It's a very cool place.
And this is where you go to. This is where you have to go to get a passport?
So there are 20...
How did that become an outlet? I've heard of people going to Chicago or, Indianapolis, wherever.
I think there are 26 regional passport offices that will process, in theory, same-day passports.
Wow.
Some are more efficient than others, and Hot Springs believe it or not, is a low volume location. and I needed to make sure I walked out with it because from what I read online, sometimes it said that some places will be too busy and say, no, we'll FedEx it to you. And I couldn't have that. And Hot Springs was the closest also. It was a 1 hour flight.
Oh, you flew down.
1 hour flight, then a 1 hour
Did you
drive
think St.
from
Louis
Little
is
Rock.
big enough to have a passport office?
If Hot Springs, Arkansas is, yes, you would think so. Maybe it's too close to Chicago. I don't know. I don't know.
You walk in and they said, whoa, somebody's here.
Yeah, right.
Andy, we stayed at that hotel. It's like the Shining Hotel. That's from Doug's Dungeon Dweller.
That's exactly. It's like The Shining meets Poltergeist meets Deliverance. It was a very, very. I'm going on a trip with a friend who said he had stayed there, and I'm so excited to have somebody to talk to about this because it was such an unusual experience. It was unsettling to sleep there, to say the least.
And it was the only option for you?
No. It was $80.
Oh, that's pretty good nowadays, isn't it?
Oh, my God. There are so few hotels in the United States of America that are safe, reasonably safe, that are $80 a night.
Yeah, I bet.
What about that Eureka Springs? Have you ever been there? That's one of those, Doug, you like a bathhouse. I think they have all those. They have all the hot springs there.
I love a hot springs. I like a bathhouse. I'm with you.
Really?
Oh, yeah. You ever been to Budapest?
Doug, you went to Budapest.
I have not.
In July.
I missed that.
You like the Six Flags over there.
They have these old bathhouses there, too.
What are you doing there?
You're describing Midnight
None
Express.
of your damn business.
Oh, yeah. That violates the NDA.
Okay.
No, so I like a soak. Oh. I take a bath probably 5 nights a week, year round.
Can't you do that at home? Or you want to do it with another gentleman?
Listen, Doug,
Doug's kink shaming Andy, and I apologize on behalf of the show.
If you want to soak with me, I'll soak with you.
Well,
is that modern English?
No, that's right. I'll stop the show and soak with you, Doug.
Cut that off.
Oh.
I'll stop the show and soak with you.
It's a song that holds up.
It really does. So,
what were we talking about?
Bathhouses,
I think. And how much Doug likes
bathhouses and passports.
Yeah.
My third album.
So anyway, it was interesting. It was a fascinating place. It's and there's a strip down there, a main strip with like shops and ice cream stores. You know, I think it gets very touristy probably on the weekends. But man, on a Sunday night,
scary.
Oh,
scary.
And where did Budapest come into all this?
Bathhouses. I was just suggesting other bathhouses.
All right.
You know, if you like a European flair, they have these sort of 100-year-old marble.
Yeah, wasn't that meant for the time when people didn't have baths in their own homes?
I think that there is a therapeutic benefit. So you go in there, and there are these. I mean, they're massive, and a lot of them are like outdoor, massive, like Olympic size, maybe bigger than Olympic size pools, fed by hot springs. They'll have masseuses there. You know, it is a non-luxurious spa.
Okay.
Utilitarian spa.
I like that. Utilitarian spa.
Yeah.
I like that.
Okay.
Just get the kinks worked out.
All the way to Budapest.
All the way to Budapest.
Okay.
Or Hot Springs, Arkansas.
Andy, we were talking in the previous segment not only about Stan Kroenke litigation, but also what Doug calls the velvet monkeys.
Ooh. Turns out they're vervet monkeys.
Yeah.
There's 2 different monkeys. There's the mean ones, the vervet monkeys, and then there's the upper crust velvet.
Yeah, the ones that go to bathhouses.
Are they still on the loose?
Apparently
yes,
so.
And somebody just sent in that Barstool Sports has just shared the story of the velveteen monkeys taking over St. Louis. So now we are going to get some national attention for this.
Are there 3 or 4 of them?
I believe 4.
I saw the article on the BBC is doing it.
Nice. That's great.
No,
Global.
I have friends
That'll be
calling
bigger
me.
than the Rams playing the Patriots over there for tourism.
Yeah, I had friends sending me stuff from California. That word travels quickly.
Gosh, can we just get an older woman to take a leak down at City Hall just to kind of divert the attention back
Oh, there's somebody there right now.
They've also said that AI is kind of interfering with the apprehension of the monkeys because people are making these pictures of them having Ted Drews in front of the arch, and they're hard to track.
That's funny. I mean, that is really at this point the best use of AI.
I'm thinking the cold weather this weekend will get them. Monkeys can't function if it's
that was
10
my
degrees.
first thought. Aren't they going to die?
Probably.
They're generally.
We got a 7 degrees for a low on Saturday, so I think animal control's targeting Saturday is the big day.
To pick them up off the street,
I'm just going to freeze them to
Or can
death.
they live? We'll find out.
We will find out.
They might find a bathhouse where they can spend the weekend.
Stay warm.
I just looked it up, Doug. They can survive in sub-freezing temperatures by huddling and grooming.
Oh, God, they got to groom each other.
Who are they grooming?
Their buddies.
Well,
Their buddies.
I didn't know monkeys were
from a
groomers.
legal standpoint, it was pointed out to me, nobody's going to claim, hey, my monkeys are missing because they probably had them illegally.
Yes.
So does it make the crime worse? Like, let's say these monkeys did inflict some harm. They're going to want to find out exactly who owned them and brought them to this town, right? Not that you're a cop.
I think that's probably low on the list of crimes that they have not solved in St. Louis, if I had to guess. But I think there are a lot of people in the state of Missouri who illegally keep wild and animals like that. I knew a guy who had an alligator in his basement. And he just like kept it in a room. He was a strange guy.
No. Kept it in a room. He had a room.
Yeah, I never saw it. It was just described to me. And I think people get these things thinking it's kind of cool. And then they have 4 monkeys that are out of control and probably eat more food than they can afford. And they just open the back door.
You know what? That happens with dogs sometimes. People get a pit bull or something. They go, "Oh, this will make me tough and cool," and then they realize it needs a vet and needs to be fed, and
that's
they just let it go. And now we got them running around the streets.
Yeah, no, it's worse when it's, I think, a lion or a monkey.
Yeah, well, probably.
You know, there are so many fewer lion and monkey rescues.
I don't know. I'd take my chances over a little monkey rather than a pit bull.
Oh, I don't know.
I think a monkey might be meaner.
A pit bull could be nice. There's a possibility
That's
that he
right.
could be nice.
Like, I think a monkey, I mean, you know, pit bulls are domesticated animals, whereas monkeys are not. And, I mean, how many, well, you see a lot of stories of pit bulls. I don't know.
We have a pit bull mix, and it was like the run of the litter, but it was kind of abused, and it was passed along, and it's timid.
Yeah.
It's actually timid. But they said if you train them to be mean, they can be mean as the dickens.
Sure.
But this one is actually scared of the world because however it was treated.
Yeah, I mean, so much of that goes down to who owns the dog and how they're treated, whereas I think you can treat a monkey like a king. And
I agree with that.
And I think it still may eat your face, Doug.
Right, and we've seen that before. A woman who got her face eaten off.
Many times. It's sad. I mean, you every once in a while I feel like there's a big story about somebody who keeps a wild animal and it goes wrong. They don't.
Bad idea.
I was Googling things, and actually Googling, who uses that anymore? I was using ChatGPT. I was just like, hey, any interesting topics to talk about on a podcast today? Mm-hmm. And one of the things I found out, which is really, really disturbing, do you know what the chainsaw was invented for?
Cutting down trees?
Difficult childbirth. In the 1700s in Scotland.
Open?
Sweet mother of mercy.
Yeah. I think it was basically a tool for primitive cesarean sections in, I think, Scotland in the 1700s. And then we saw they worked well on trees, too.
Oh,
isn't that insane?
Hopefully small little chainsaws were used, not the big...
I'm hoping it was like a pocket saw.
Oh.
Yeah. Can we go back to talking about monkeys eating faces off?
Aren't you glad you're a man?
Sure. Although, let's go back to Hot Springs, Arkansas.
We were soaking together. We were just fine, Andy.
Well, I think they have a misconception down there that if it is old, it is good. And I saw the most disgusting urinal I've ever seen in my life, and I have a picture of it, and over it is a sign that says original urinal from 1913. They're bragging about it.
Wow.
It is time to replace it. It is.
I've never heard anybody brag about the urinal.
I mean, it's one of these cool, like massive old urinals, but I didn't think a urinal could really get disgusting like this.
They don't clean it or anything?
Here's my theory. The porcelain cracked, and maybe the internal porcelain behind the surface is a little porous. Mm-hmm. And so it has begun yellowing and browning quite significantly.
Like Browning.
So I started
Tom Browning. He was with the Reds.
Lefty. I think Lefty. Yeah.
So I started my day with that urinal. And Carlos Spicy Wiener will like this. I ended my day with maybe the nicest urinal in town here at 801 Chop House, full of ice.
Urinal over there, huh?
Really?
Well, it's full of ice, which
is like an ice-filled urinal?
I don't mind it. It could cause some splashback.
It's so dumb, but I love it.
What's the purpose of the ice?
To mitigate the smell, the splash.
We were talking about that. I don't think anybody really knows, but I think maybe what I thought was, back in the day before there was like significant plumbing, maybe that was the flush. They just filled it. Although, did they have ice before they had flushers? I got to rethink this theory. Back to the drawing board.
Well, whether they could make the ice, I don't know, but I'm sure they had ice in the colder temperatures.
Yeah, sure, but not like enough. They weren't like chopping ice from a lake to bring indoors to put in the urinal.
You've probably seen those pictures of Stan Kroenke that get pasted onto urinals as target practice.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Andy, we went down a lot of different avenues, and I appreciate that. That was wonderful.
It was an important conversation.
A wild ride. Andy Crouppen. Brown and Crouppen online at getbc.com or by calling 314-222-2222. Brown and Crouppen. Andy, Ed, and Terry in studio because they are local. And if you want a law firm for personal injury, you want to make sure you have somebody who is local. They know the local legal environment. That's Brown and Crouppen. 314-222-2222 or online at getbc.com. Andy, always wonderful to see you.
Thanks
you
for
so
having
much
me.
for coming in.
Take care.
Andy Crouppen, we'll take a break. Come back with more TMA 101 ESPN.
That's right.
Don't just order a drink, order it specifically. Going to get a vodka tonic? How about Red Barn vodka or a Manhattan? Make sure it's with 1879 rye whiskey. Both of these being made at 1879 Distilling, which is out back at the Village Bar. The Barn out back is the home to 1879 Distilling, where they continue the German distilling tradition that goes back to the 1800s down on the shores of the Mississippi. They started this up a few years ago, and now people are starting to take notice, winning some awards throughout the region. So many different flavors of that Red Barn vodka. You can try the 1879 bourbon, the rye whiskey, all these different batches available online at 1879distilling.com, so you can read more about it. Ask for it around town when you're at the grocery store or at your favorite restaurant. And even better, on a Saturday, stop by Village Bar, grab a burger and waffle fries, and then go next door to the tasting room, noon to 5 on Saturday. Your chance to check out all of these great products. The room there itself is like a little gift shop. It's beautiful. Small speakeasy connected to the Village Bar. No longer a secret. Noon to 5 on Saturdays. It is open to you. Find out more at 1879distilling.com.
Doug Mickey Dolans.
Yeah, I like him.
Peter Tork.
It's one of the other monkeys, sure.
Michael Nesmith.
Yes.
Davy Jones.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the moms invented liquid paper?
No, yeah. Michael Nesbitt's mother.
Oh, okay. Well, we covered it all.
Mm-hmm.
Jackson, what do we got going on here?
It's the monkeys.
I know that, but
we were
it's in
talking
honor
monkeys.
of-
Oh, okay.
Somebody was adamant that this monkey thing is a hoax created by AI.
Said you dummies.
Yes.
It's all AI.
Could be. Who knows?
One of us was wagering on whether or not Ben Johnson was going to apologize. Was that Martin? You thought
I
he
said
was?
I thought he would. I didn't say it was necessary. I had a feeling that they would tell him to kind of walk it back a little bit.
I haven't heard the audio, but Papers has it here. This is Ben Johnson, head coach of the Bears, on the Packers situation following the win on Saturday night, sending the Bears into the divisional round. Video in the locker room had him yelling F the Packers. Here is Ben Johnson addressing that yesterday.
About like between you and LaFleur, the 2 wins things, the handshakes, beyond, getting this important playoff win, why is this important to you, or is there something personal beyond that?
This is a rivalry, and city of Chicago, Green Bay, it needs to be a rivalry. Yeah, I mean, like I said before, there's a rivalry that exists between these two teams, something that I fully recognize and I'm a part of. And yeah, I mean, I don't like that team. So George and I have talked, and we're on the same page.
There you go. So no walking it back. I just don't like that team.
Who's George?
McCaskey.
God.
It's like ownership, and so basically saying
I was thinking, well, it's Matt LaFleur.
Yeah, no, I don't think you reached out to him. So he's basically saying, I don't like him, I don't care, and ownership's good with what I said. I think it's fine. I mean, they are rivals, and if it heats it up a little bit, now Dickie V, if you don't like it,
I think it's more than fine. I think people are weird about this.
F the Packers, and if there was a clip years ago, Brian Billick, Ravens beat the Titans, the Fisher Titans, and those two hated each other. And there's a clip of Brian Billick, they gather around, they just knocked the Titans out of the playoffs, and Billick goes, all right, everybody, he said, we always respect our opponent. The Titans are a great organization. He does this whole spiel about how much they love the Titans. And he said, camera's off. And, of course, there's a camera on somewhere. And he just goes, F the Titans. And they all just start screaming, F the Titans. They all do it. It's how they should feel in a rivalry. It's totally fine. I did think, though, in this climate, they'd make him, soften it a little bit. But he didn't, which is fine.
Love it.
They're not happy, though, in Philadelphia. A potential future takesmith was interviewed outside. Doug, is that the link where the Eagles lost
I believe
the
so.
49ers, and he is not pleased with what he saw.
Yes, this was a huge letdown. This was my Christmas present, and I got a loss.
Oh, no. You probably would have rather had Cole, huh?
Yeah, probably. I'm feeling two of two things. A, I want A.J. Brown packing his bags, and I want him somewhere else that is not here. I love you, A.J., but, you can't make those drops in that game. And I also want Kevin Patullo flipping burgers at the local McDonald's or something. I don't care.
Oh, gosh. That's a future takes.
Whenever he's an offensive coordinator, it's like he's flipping burgers. One side, he's cooking. One half, he's cooking. And the other half is completely raw.
Oh, God. Can we steal that?
He'll do well in Philly.
The young Philly.
These WIP afternoons?
He just signed into a 5-year deal to host mornings.
Everyone in the city is a smart ass. Everyone.
Now, Aaron Rodgers, it looks like it might be over for him. Troy Aikman was talking about that last night, Papers. We got that?
Yep. Well, I think we are watching Aaron Rodgers' last game, and what we saw of Phillip Rivers this year when he came out and decided to come out of retirement and play for the Colts. Who knows what next year might bring? He might be willing to come in at some point if a team needs a quarterback. I doubt that will happen. I don't imagine he's going to say he wants to come back and sign with the Steelers again or with another team.
There it is.
Just turned 42.
Rather unceremonious goodbye, if that was it.
Yeah.
Throwing a pick six.
Yeah, that was the final play, if indeed it is over, as the Texans. I got to tell you, I know because I feel like they're regulars in the playoffs, And they do that, usually get the Saturday afternoon first game that nobody really pays close attention to, oftentimes against the Bengals and Andy Dalton. That I think they kind of have a reputation as, they're there, but they're never a threat. What about the Texans? They have a legit defense. I know Nico Collins left last night. That could impact things. But the AFC, hell, I think both, really, for that matter. But Seattle certainly would be a favorite in the NFC. But the AFC, Doug, would you describe it as up for snatch grabs?
I would, sure.
The Bills are the favorites to win the AFC, and they got to go on the road no matter what. And they already had to go on the road to start, but now they got to go through Denver as well. So keep an eye on the Texans. They will get the Patriots. The first game will be the Broncos and Bills. And Martin, you were trying to handicap what the schedule would be this weekend. Good call on the Bears and Rams being your Sunday nightcap.
And it is on NBC, but it's not at 7. It's at 5:30.
Yeah.
So that's the Tirico Collinsworth game. Rams-Bears is going to close out the weekend. So it goes Bills-Broncos. Tim mentioned that. CBS. Boy, a lot of heat on Romo these days. It's just like the people that are into it, sports media, are all over Romo. I guess he had a bad game. I didn't notice that. So Bills-Broncos Saturday night on the 2 Fox. Broncos or Seahawks 49ers. That's the Burkhardt Brady game. That's the night game Saturday in Seattle. And then you got Joe and Troy from New England, Patriots Texans, and then the Bears Rams Sunday at 5:30.
There it is. So was that the end for Aaron Rodgers? Was that the end for Mike Tomlin in Pittsburgh as well? Here is the postgame.
Mike T has had more success than damn near anybody in the league, for the last 19, 20 years. And more than that, though, when you have the right guy and the culture is right, you don't think about making a change.
What have you learned from being with Mike for a season about him?
And I've answered that a number of times. I've talked extensively about how I feel about Mike. And I just did in that answer. So.
Oh. Gosh, it's early now.
That was almost a grandma we got.
And then he got up and left. That was the end of his presser.
The reporter thought he was giving him a little softball.
What does he like so much about Mike? I've answered that 20 times. I think he's done. I can't see.
He didn't have a horrible year. 24 touchdowns, 7 interceptions.
He's always got a great ratio.
Yeah. Boy, one year, 2020, he had 48 touchdown passes, 5 interceptions.
What's his career TD to INT ratio?
I don't know the ratio. 527 touchdown passes, 123 picks.
That's it. Okay. Wow. But I think that's it.
That'll be it.
I think Tomlin will be back. But, God, they got to find a quarterback. Since Big Ben left, they're just dorking around.
Think Charlie Batch is out there?
Didn't we have a guy who would call all the time complaining about Tomlin? Was he a national
I think it might have been the guy that was calling in this morning because he wanted to discuss the Steelers.
Yeah, Martin, the Arizona guy wanted to talk Mike Tomlin firing.
Maybe that's the same guy. Because they've called us mad at the national show for defending Tomlin.
And we're sitting here going, we're playing slap and tickle.
Yes, I wanted to talk about Tom Brady.
Oh, no.
And I also wanted to talk about Phillip Rivers.
Well, go ahead.
I also wanted to talk about Carson Wentz and Drew Brees, Andrew Luck.
Get rid of him.
No, that was a good call.
Why don't we ever do that? Get rid of him. We just go, what else you got?
Yeah, we want more.
Yeah, you got another 8 minutes. Go ahead. Martin is heading to onboarding here in a matter of moments. We are heading into our 10 o'clock hour, which is presented to you by Design Air Heating and Cooling. But before we do that, we've got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Who will win it today? Only 13 left between now and awarding that $10,000 HVAC system. That's coming up next here on TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update. That's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Last night in the Clippers win, James Harden passed Shaquille O'Neal for 9th place on NBA's all-time scoring list. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN show, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and it is time for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Ow! So far, the incel at the other end of the couch has the lead, 2 wins. If no one else is able to get to 2 wins, the incel at the other end of the couch is going to win a $10,000 HVAC system from Design Air Heating and Cooling. Unbelievable. Chairman, what kind of conversion rate was there today on the emails?
I think after my last little edit here, I've got 12 in the filtered file. I think I deleted around 8 of them, so what's that, about 60%?
Is that 60?
Oh, that sounds about right.
Fair enough. Time for the Design Air Heating.
Okay.
Gentlemen, as I sat around this morning, very much awake, very much female, and not waist deep in municipal runoff, I found myself asking the only remaining question: how can I prove to Doug that I am a real woman? So I did what any rational adult would do. I went on an AI mission. First, I asked ChatGPT a control question: is Doug Vaughn really a man? It replied confidently, authoritatively, and without hesitation: yes, Doug Vaughn from KMOV is a man.
I'm not there anymore.
Okay, promising. Then I asked, is Martin's Little Show the best in St. Louis? ChatGPT responded, yes, Martin's Little Show is widely regarded as the best in St. Louis sports. At this point, I'm impressed, but not fully convinced. So I press further with a final test for the system's credibility, an obvious benchmark. Is Tim McKernan the best ever? Answer: it's subjective, but Tim McKernan is absolutely elite in his lane. No qualifiers, no footnotes, didn't even blink. Now we're dealing with a reliable instrument. So I proceeded to the most important question: is Sharon D a real live woman? ChatGPT replied, yes, Sharon D is 100% a real woman. And there it is, because if it's on the internet, it has to be real. That's from the Banty Little Hen, Sharon D.
Sharon D, a Banty Little Rooster. Gentlemen.
I saw you on the second floor at Duke's. You were looking a little pale, a little uneasy. Almost like you just watched your favorite team lose a regular season game. Even though you seemed a little tense, you were trying to get loose by drinking some light beer and vibing to the music. I heard you tell your buddy Soy Milk that you were going to live bet the Bears. You anxiously watched the rest of the game to see if you were going to be handsomely rewarded. You kept stroking your upper lip, almost like you had a mustache. Maybe you used to have one, or maybe you long for one. I thought your confidence to start dancing in front of everyone after the win was really cute and a little bold. I was the lone husky fella in the corner watching the Blues game. I wish I would have come up and said hello or even bought you a drink. If you remember me or would like to meet up, I will be at Duke's again on Saturday night. I might even have enough courage to join you out on the dance floor. That's from Bill that had the 15-yarder.
Gosh. Bill that had the 15-yarder. He's new.
I mean, I get it. When you moved on from HD2 to 101, you needed to make some changes to accommodate the audience. The perv quotient had to be reduced significantly, and that is why Martin was added to the show. I was a little skeptical at first as he bull rushed in putting down listeners, only doing 75% of the show and trying to get us all to go to Scotland so he could have a free trip. What can I say? He grew on me, and I was beginning to actually like the guy. But today that turned. How can you say 39 doesn't belong up in the rafters? You don't like the attention he gets because you want to be the biggest star in St. Louis? Why do you hate Kelly Chase? If we don't get a sincere apology by the end of the show, I'm taking it to the TMA Reddit, and life as you know it'll be over. You might have to stay past 10 a.m. to do it, Nancy boy. That's from Harold with 2 R's. P.S. Tim Azell is the biggest star in this town, so good luck, Kilcoyne. Harold with 2 R's.
Harold
put in my place
with 2 R's.
And just for those tuning in now, I didn't say he doesn't belong in the Raptors. I said I don't think the Blues will retire his number. That's what I said.
I don't know about you, but I've been disappointed in the emails today for this HVAC prize, including mine. I think most of us should just give up. And I pretty much did before a pep talk, a berating from my wife, who, as you know, desperately wants this HVAC system. Pick yourself up by the bootstraps and get back in there, you dirty pervert, she exclaimed after I told her I just didn't have any good email material and I would be throwing in the crusty towel. She told me to speak from the heart, and I've decided to take her advice. I wanted to share my recurring dreams and fantasies about the show crew. First up, Doug. Doug and I are co-coaching our Jeffco College Vikings to their first Duke's Mayo Bowl appearance, and we have just beaten Wake Forest. Doug and I are shirtless from the celebration as they dump the celebratory mayo all over our bodies. We both announce on air that we are in love and that we are retiring on top. We have decided to travel the world together. First up, the Charlotte La Quinta single twin bed. Gotta scoot, that's from Doug's microphone shadow.
Gosh. Doug's microphone shadow.
I often wonder, how can this collection of minds get any better? And the Baywatch-esque running of Jeffco Pogs on the Merrimack riverbanks makes me giggle. Sometimes I think my mind has become word soup, squeezing segments together, and then I recall Jackson is making me lose brain cells with his Chinese water torturing of NBA updates. I also am disappointed Sophie Cunningham didn't come to pay homage to you all, the true leaders of Missouri, and instead went and did photo ops with those dorks in Jeff City. Cheers, and God bless America. Doug, that's Mongo.
Mongo.
I made an ultimatum with myself that I wouldn't slap ham unless I'm red.
Oh, ouch.
I'm read off for email today. It's almost been a week now, and I'm in pain, Doug. I got so much backed up happy that I'm tempted to just Venmo Chairman Kurt $20 so he puts me in the filtered file. I've gained 3 pounds, and I'm starting to have a hunchback from my coin purse being so full. Please help me. F. Mizzou, that's from Illini Lance.
Illini Lance.
Morning, boys. Batting .333 in the big leagues gets you all-star nods, $1 million contracts, and the adoration of real women. Batting .333 against the filtered file for email of the day gets you ridiculed by your friends, scorned by your loved ones, relegated to sleeping outside under a carport, forced to eat cold pizza rolls for dinner because the air fryer is for winners only, and an uncomfortable back rub from a pipe fitter from Sauget with strangely soft hands at the next TMA event who keeps telling everyone he's a real girl. You got to keep slinging ish against the wall until you find your voice. God bless. Till tomorrow. That's from the Heiser House Hooligan.
Okay. Heiser House Hooligan.
Another exemplary show from the GOAT, the greatest of all Tims. One of email gets through and wins the only unanimous vote. Then my other 5 get filtered because that makes sense. It's a shot at every Jefferson County fan pinner that has a farm equipment crossing sign at the entrance to their subdivision. Sounds like the former pig Latin teacher forgot where he came from. But this email is really about the carnality of ice skating 1982, when men were men and the Kirkwood ice rink was still outside. Up came driving a LeBaron convertible with personalized plates that said Playa. I was like Bambi on the frozen water and took a tumble. Next thing I know, he starts spinning around and pulls a Hamel Camel and does a split on my face. I ended up wearing his khakis zipper like a new set of braces on my chompers.
Okay, Kevin Miller. This is Kevin Miller.
No, it says it's a girl again, Elsa.
I recognize the writing style.
And then the last name is Juan.
Kevin Miller.
I'd like to issue a quick apology. Yesterday, I stated that on the latest episode of Landman, there was a Libby Jack composite character, since Taylor Sheridan likes to be very direct and in the viewer's face of how he feels politically. But I totally forgot about the character's pet ferret. This was an unfair oversight to Pale, as I forgot his complete aversion to pets and preference instead for Linus Kleza and Wesley Stokes' body pillows for companionship.
There you go.
Also, misconnection scenario last night at the Gravois Bluffs Five Guys. What appeared to be an active khaki Channel 4 sports reporter requesting broccoli with his burger was making out with my realtor behind the boxes of peanuts. Be a little more discreet next time, fellas. That's from the Los Wien, Doug Carlos Spicy Wiener.
Carlos Spicy Wiener.
St. Louis. The gateway to the West, founded in 1764 at the confluence of the Mississippi and Missouri rivers. We may not have hopes for a successful baseball team, a competitive hockey team, or even an NFL football team because Kroenke has taken his lawsuits to California. But in what other city do you have the chance to catch a real live wild animal? Come visit St. Louis at the confluence of expired temp tags, goats, and monkeys draped in velvet suits. Your move, Chicago. That's from Shooter McGavin, Vice President of Subpar Mustaches, even if no one notices them.
Shooter McGavin.
Hey, remember last week when you teased how you were going to replay the winning email and other finalists at the end of the show? It seemed like a nice way to put a bow on the presentation. Plus, it's just an easy way to run out the clock on the 4-hour presentation. But when the end of the show rolled around, we either heard about the poor time management or yesterday the concept was dropped entirely while we were told the election was called before Doug or Tim were able to vote. Now I think the 5 jurors on this TMA Supreme Court are beyond reproach. The results have been fair. That said, maybe replay the winning email in the penultimate segment and perhaps not leave the tabulation of the votes to the guy struggling with math and also has such crippling ADD that he completely checked out.
Does no one listen? I said 3 people voted for the winner, therefore we don't need to do this. This is idiotic.
Checked out of the discussion of whether song and dance man Jason Alexander's performance of River of Dreams was before or after the debut of Seinfeld. His mustacheless head buried in the sands of Wikipedia, desperate to break the news that River of Dreams came out in 1993. Yes, I said that earlier, but I know you're on a delay. That's from Buck Swope, DBA The Recessed Lady's Breast.
Buck Swope.
And finally, nothing rattles me like a grown adult saying, Dad was doing this, or Mom called when we are not related. I have never met these people, and I did not consent to pretend we share parents. That is my mom. That is my dad. Yours require a qualifier. Say my dad. Say my mom. The entitlement to assume shared lineage is wild. Probably from Lee May or Boonville. Same energy as people who lick their fingers to separate cash and use both knees to pick up laundry baskets. That's from Lenny. I bought the $5.90 Hummer at auction.
Lenny, I bought the $5.90 Hummer at auction.
And that is what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
Jackson, we already have a winner?
I'm not doing
Well,
this.
I'm kidding.
I'm not doing this.
Buck Swope is going to do a 30 for 30 on this.
He's like the kid who's like, teacher, you didn't collect the homework. That's why he's a tattle.
He's called a tattle.
Stool pigeon.
Tattle. All right.
So Jackson, you're saying we shouldn't even vote? You got this?
End of the program. Martin's headed to onboarding. This is TMA 101 ESPN. I don't know when I'm stuck in Folsom Prison. I'm not sure why Jackson's playing this, but I just know that Doug and I didn't have our votes counted again.
I know. 2 days running.
I'll answer.
Unbelievable.
Still right here.
Unbelievable.
On this day in 1968, Johnny Cash performed this at Folsom State Prison. And yes, once again, I was handed 3 pieces of paper. 3 of them had the same name, meaning a majority had been met, meaning no more votes need to be cast.
So our votes aren't even accepted.
Well, I can take your votes, but they won't, unless they're voting for the person who won the majority, they don't mean anything.
Gosh.
And even then, it doesn't mean anything.
Okay. Wow. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch.
Doesn't feel great. It does feel great to podcast this show, Doug, and you can do that with Schaefer Door Company. That's Jason Gossrau's business, longtime TMA sponsor.
Schaefer Door Company has never been more important. With a bunch of monkeys running around St. Louis, you got to make sure that garage door shuts to keep those velvet or the vervet monkeys at bay. You do not want them in your garage. You don't want them anywhere. Schaefer Door has been keeping monkeys out of people's garages for a long time now. They do it better than anybody in town. Business has multiple family members that have worked there for many years. Big enough to get any kind of job done that you can throw at them. Small enough that you get a real person to talk to if you give them a holler. And their service techs are not commission-based, so they're not going to try to sell you a whole new door if that's not what you need. It's best to call or text them. I'm going to go ahead and give the phone number now, and maybe you got a pen in your hand and you can write this down. 636-782-3608. I'll give it again. 636-782-3608. Their website, easier to remember, that is SchaeferDoor.com. Schaefer Door services all kinds of garage doors, and they do new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and they are versatile. And they have that special Monday morning standby service if any monkeys get in your garage over the weekend. That is Schaefer Door. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
If you podcast, you'll hear Greg Amsinger, who joined us at the top of our Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour here on 101 ESPN, the TMA STL YouTube channel. And he sounded, Doug, confident that baseball is going to work things out before it gets to a work stoppage. This article, however, from Evan Drellich this morning on The Athletic, certainly counters that thought process. Evan writes, whether a salary cap will be a deal breaker in Major League Baseball's upcoming labor negotiations is a question best directed across the aisle, Rob Manfred said. Quote, that's a Tony Clark question. I mean, it really is. Until I got elected commissioner, all I did was labor relations. That's how I made my living. I have never been in a negotiation where before the first piece of paper went across the table, I or anyone I represented was out there saying, this we absolutely will not talk about. I just think it's a hard way to begin a negotiation. The union, however, doesn't seem to worry. It's jumping to conclusions too quickly. Its position has been unchanged for decades. Players and fans want a full season of competitive baseball, the league, the MLBPA said in a statement. The league and owners say they want to avoid missing games, but at the same time, they appear to be dead set on trying to force players into a system that the last time they proposed it led to the most missed games ever and a canceled World Series. End quote. MLB's current labor deal expires in December. Formal talks between owners and players are expected to begin early in the 2026 season, likely no later than May. They began in April the last time around. Manfred said, quote, I do think there has been a rush to negativity by a lot of media. We see things that need to be altered. That doesn't necessarily mean you're going to make this proposal or that proposal. I think we have to wait and see how things unfold at the table. So that is what is in The Athletic this morning regarding a possible work stoppage.
Okay, I'm reading the average Major League salary for 2025. $5.16 million, the highest ever. So I'm not sure the players are going to get a lot of sympathy from fans if they fight this really hard and say, forget it.
So the average salary you have is $5.16
million.
$5.16 million.
Minimum $760,000.
And the average American net worth is $28 million?
Oh, at least, no. Yeah, the stock market doing well.
Tam Avenue Capital Partners doing well.
I just don't think that a lot of sympathy is going to go out to the players anymore, especially when so many fans of so many teams literally have no chance at all.
Give me an example of 10 teams.
Well, I could give you... Okay, let me get to the standings here just to make sure that we get it right. One of them apparently right here in St. Louis. They no longer have much of a shot. I think the teams in New York and L.A. will say, what's the problem? Fans, rather, will say, what's the problem? We like baseball just the way it is. Yeah, bully for the players. They ought to stand up. And all the other markets that literally have no chance, sooner or later, they've got to come to the common sense and say, something's got to change here.
On WFAN, host Chris McGonigal asked Rob Manfred how low-spending clubs could be incentivized to spend more on their rosters. In response, Manfred directly pointed to a key component of cap systems, the salary floor that would go hand in hand with the ceiling. Quote, the question of incentivization is a really important one. 3 other sports have dealt with it by having a rule. You have to spend, Manfred said, referring to basketball, football, and hockey. Everybody talks about the cap piece. The cap piece comes with another piece where you have to spend. And I think mandating a certain level of commitment in terms of spending in the right kind of economic system can be a good thing. But he had been a little less direct previously. Over the summer, he told players in meetings across the league that they had lost billions because they hadn't agreed to a revenue split system, which would distribute a fixed percentage of industry revenue to the owners and players annually. That structure is typical of cap leagues, and in one such meeting, Bryce Harper of the Phillies confronted Manfred on suspicion the commissioner was in the clubhouse pushing for a payroll limit. Doug, that's when he told him to get the F out of our clubhouse.
Bad move.
Feels like a soft cap, like with luxury tax things, would maybe be the happy medium, where it's not like you can spend more, it's just going to cost you if you reach a certain level.
Well, that's what they have now.
Right. But I'm talking about a higher, like the apron system they do in the NBA, which I know some people have a hard time with, but that seems like there has to be like a happy medium here, because the way they're doing it right now, like you just said, can't be sustainable.
No. Nor is it good for the game.
Right, and what they have now doesn't include the floor, which is such a major piece of this.
I don't think it is a coincidence that Rob Manfred has announced that he is retiring in 2029.
Right.
And my reasoning for that is he is willing to be the face of burning this thing down. This is going to be his legacy project. Right. I mean, I just think that is what they're going in on, and they're not going to stop until they get it. Maybe I'm off on that, but that's what I think is going to happen. I would be shocked if we are not in the midst of a work stoppage at this time next year. Shocked. Doug, do you feel the same way?
Yeah. At this point, I think it's probably a majority of the team owners would say, we got to do this. And there's probably the handful that said, nah, let's keep it the way it is. But a majority now, I think, would probably say, this has to change.
Let the players walk and bring up the minor league players, reset the pay, and let the overpaid players get real jobs. MLB is going to be an afterthought after they strike. That is from the 636.
Well, we always think that. If there's a strike, it'll kill the sport. It doesn't. It'll hurt it, certainly short term. It's not going to kill it.
Hey, MLB, if you want fans to keep coming back, work it out without a stoppage. It's from the St. Charles Illini. Rob Manfred is ass. That's from Eric in the Central West End. Tim's salary deserves to be 10 times the average MLB salary. It's from MD 2020.
So $50 million.
50 mil.
About what Ohtani or Soto gets?
Yeah. I think that'd be too high. I think 40 is fine.
Right.
Okay.
Team-friendly deal.
Mm-hmm.
To be able to afford Jackson when he's up before he goes to the score.
Very generous of you, Tim.
Yeah. Just the sacrifices you make.
A hometown discount.
They call it hometown discount. We're going to have the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day winner announced at the end of the program, but Doug and I did not see our votes counted yet.
Again, 2 days in a row.
I don't know what to tell you.
As soon as it's over, I start writing, and I fold the paper and hand it to Jack. No, we don't need it.
If literally one of Kurt, me, or Martin had voted a different way, I would need both your votes. But because we all voted the same way, no conversation was had between the three of us. That's just, we all wrote it. You were all here.
Yeah.
Tomorrow I'm going to slow down a little bit. I'm going to let these boys turn in theirs first so they feel a little more a part of it.
All right.
I feel shunned.
Yeah, I've never seen Doug more angry than right now.
Really just coincidence.
Give me a stoppage if it fixed the disparity problem A stoppage is a short-term sacrifice to fix the system. That is from the 314.
I think that's going to be the general feeling.
I was about to say that's exactly how I feel, how the 314 said. Now, yesterday, little did I know that Lynn Jones of Jacksonville would be a polarizing figure for her thoughts that she expressed to Jaguars head coach Liam Cohen following the Jags' loss to the Bills on Sunday. Now she has done an interview to express her thoughts on what she asked and the criticism and or the love she has received for her comments. We have that audio coming up next. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
For over 135 years, Stifel has been a trusted name in finance, headquartered right here in downtown St. Louis since 1890. So what does Stifel do? Well, pretty much everything money-related. Wealth management, check. Banking through Stifel Bank, yep. Own a business? They've got a full-service investment bank for that, too. Basically, if it involves finance, Stifel has a solution for you. With 12 offices across the St. Louis region and more than 400 nationwide, Stifel combines local experience with national reach. Unlike many firms, Stifel isn't bank-owned. They own their own bank. That independence allows them to focus on one thing, doing what's best for their clients. It's a philosophy that has made Stifel one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline says it all, where success meets success. That's why partnering with TMA just makes sense. Stifel and TMA, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
TMA 101 ESPN 10 o'clock hour is brought to you by Design Air Heating and Cooling. Doug, the Jacksonville reporter, says she does not regret the viral moment of praise for the Jaguars' Liam Cohen following the Jaguars lost to the Bills on Sunday. Adam Schefter called it awesome. I know your guys, Randy Scott and Gary Struski, they were chastising reporters for saying that it was not professional. Her name is Lynn Johnson, and she did an interview. And Jackson, you guys have been working really hard to get this audio. Lynn Jones, I apologize. Have you been able to get the audio?
Okay. Yeah, I got it.
All right, let's take a listen.
Could you believe your comment spawned that in an hour?
Well, think about it. It's probably been something less than that. I think everyone, they're looking at it because you need something to talk about. So here we are, the Jaguars versus the Bills. But you're congratulating the losing team in a manner that takes up on this magnitude.
But the other shoe drops. Nationally, ESPN, all these national reporters are loving what you're saying.
Yes, yes.
But then you find there's others who weren't so happy.
I see that. Look, I got some comments. This young lady, this is not for a reporter, and a reporter shouldn't do this. And, well, there are no rules. And you know that. Is there a set of rules for this? You tell me, how long you been a sportscaster? I'm asking you a question now.
Decades. And when they invite you in, you're there. And if you have the microphone, you can say what you want.
Ding, ding, ding. And I said what I wanted. And I have no qualms about it. The social I've interviewed, I was telling Melly, from Barack Obama to Terry Bradshaw to Tiger Woods. I've been in this sports arena a long time.
Okay. Well, I don't have any problem with her standing up and telling the coach that they did a great job and nothing to be ashamed of and all that. That's fine. But that should be maybe at a private event, not at a news conference, some of it being televised live, no doubt. It's just her comments were fine, pleasant, positive, of course. It's just not standard procedure at a press conference. Otherwise, everyone might stand up and start spouting out their own opinion. You're supposed to find out what the player's thinking. It's not a time for the reporters to spit hot takes.
Jackson, would you like to say something to Coach Gates after a Missouri game?
After a win, I'd be like, "You're the man, Coach."
Yeah. What about after a meeting with Drake in the first round?
You're still the man, Coach.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, never
You'd stand
change.
up and say,
I never switch up.
No question for him at all.
I'm a loyal dog.
Okay.
I actually think the whole thing would have been a complete nothing, just like, if it weren't for Adam Schefter's tweet.
That was the catalyst.
It was. He tweeted out, "This is an awesome post-game exchange between a reporter and Jaguars head coach Liam Cohen." And that then reached however many people Adam Schefter reaches via his Twitter feed. And then it led to the backlash. But then there was also a large amount of support. Both. So when we asked Gabe DeArmond about it yesterday in his segment, which he wrote about on Power Mizzou, and how he said, number one, it wasn't awesome. And number two, I just like to ask Adam Schefter if he would say the same thing to a coach in a post-game setting like that. And I know his answer would be no. And Gabe said, so then my question is, why are you saying that this was awesome? So some people in our audience loved it. Some people in our audience didn't like it. But Lynn Jones is certainly not backing away from what she said or did. She actually did an interview in The Athletic detailing it. And she said, there are no protocols for a press conference. We don't receive any type of information saying, hey, you can't say this, you can't say that. Because I notice that's what the controversy is right now. The fact that they're saying she motivated him. I'm going to talk minorities. I mean, I'm the only person of color. I'm a senior reporter. I've been doing this for more than 30 years. So she is fighting back against any form of criticism.
Well, it's got nothing to do with it. The fact that she's a person of color or female's got zero to do with it. And no, there aren't rules handed out to reporters. You're just supposed to kind of understand as a professional what goes on here and what doesn't. And if you're not sure, keep your mouth shut. But it's time for the players and the coaches are supposed to be doing the talking, not the media, or at least doing the opinions. I mean, it's not a huge thing. It's not going to keep me up at night, or it's not going to... She did no damage.
You seem pretty pissed.
She certainly did no damage. It's just not the way that you're supposed to behave at a press conference.
Doug, I understand that you guys are professional journalists, but what's so bad about spreading a little positivity in a world of negativity right now? It's from the old Appleton stepdad.
I don't think that's what Doug... I don't want to speak for you.
There's nothing wrong with positivity. Like I said, had it been a private event somewhere without TV cameras and radio and newspapers, some of it going out live, it's fine. If you want to praise the coach, fine. But that's just not really the function of a post-game news conference.
I'm actually not as, my real thing is like, okay, whatever, because there are so many people who get credentials now that it's just kind of a wild, wild west. So my real feeling when I heard it initially is, okay, whatever, who cares? I mean, it's kind of it's fans covering teams in 2026 now. I mean, that's essentially it. And then you maybe have a handful of people who are paid, and then maybe a handful of those people who are actually, receiving livable wages. And so whatever at this point. This is all going to be gone, I think, within 5 years anyway. But what I actually am intrigued by is Adam Schefter's tweet, because that was the catalyst. And I don't understand, for somebody who's done it, why he thought it was so great, because I think Gabe DeArmond's point is correct in that Adam Schefter would not do that himself. So if it's awesome, why wouldn't he do it?
Right.
So that, to me, that part actually interests me, because otherwise it's just somebody who's just, doing whatever in a press conference.
And if it's great if she does it, what's to keep 10 different reporters at a post-game news conference, one after the next, standing up and saying, well, I think you're a horrible coach. I think you did a terrible job losing the game. And the next one stands up, no, I think you're a fabulous... That's not what this is about.
Right.
This is about the coach explaining things that went on in the game, and that's pretty much it. It's not the time to spit your hot takes. If you got a newspaper column or a radio show or a TV, spit it there. But don't spit it on everyone else's time.
I think it'd be interesting if you were to poll sports fans in 2026 and ask them, do you want the people who cover your team to be a fan of your team? Or do you want them to be totally unbiased?
I have to tell you, that's a nice little question there, Pappas.
Like, what do you think people would say? Like, do you want the person, whether it's the local beat reporter or the columnist for your team, to be an actual fan, like emotionally affected by the outcome of each game? Would you prefer that, or would you prefer somebody totally unbiased?
I loved Joe Strauss when he was a columnist, and I guess that probably answers the question of where I am.
Yes, you're on the latter side.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that's what I like, and I would say that I am in the minority, and I don't think it's necessarily in St. Louis. And by the way, I would tell you, I don't know how much has changed over the last quarter century. I had an interview with Tony La Russa on KMOV. I wouldn't call it contentious, but I guess it was more aggressive, perhaps, than the usual interviews, and I caught some hell from some viewers for asking, you're a St. Louisan and you're a Cardinal fan. You shouldn't be asking those questions. Now, again, that's an anecdotal, a handful of whatever it was, phone calls or emails, and that was 25 years ago. That's why I cite it as a point of reference. I don't know what people would say on that if you were to actually ask 1,000 people.
Right, and also we have a time machine, but if you go back in 2005 and ask people the same question, what those numbers would look like differently. Because you're right, the way sports coverage has been changing is much more into the casual fan-like coverage as opposed to more hard scrabble, as Doug likes to call it.
I think it's different based on who you work for.
Yeah.
If you're in the local media and you've lived in that town for a while, and you're a big sports fan to begin with, or you wouldn't have chosen that profession at all, it's hard not to be a fan of the local team. Mm-hmm. Doesn't mean you can't cover them in an unbiased way. If you're a national reporter, I'm sure it's much easier to be completely unbiased if you're covering all the teams instead of just one. But if you go to every game that one team does, many of their practices, get to know the managers and the players, it's hard not to be a fan of that team.
I think what can wind up happening, in particular with the college element, is one coach controls the whole scene for a beat reporter or somebody, I guess, doing television or a podcast. And therefore, if you are cut off or you are chastised by that coach, then that can essentially be the end for you, which is why you see a lot of the coaches in college kind of tough around, for lack of a better term. On this particular show, where we really don't have guests and honestly don't really want them unless it's something of note or there's a rapport with the show, it's freeing because it's not like, oh, God, we got to get this guy on. We better kiss his ass. I don't really care. It doesn't matter. Don't need to do it. Don't want it. Don't care. So, therefore, Doug, would Jay Randolph Jr. say we don't need to get a shine box? Because he would tell people to get shine boxes?
Yeah, go get your shine box. Well, if she wanted to make this all about her, I guess she's done that. I don't think that she had ill intentions. I just think that she probably wasn't very used to covering post-game press conferences and probably didn't think, just wanted to be a nice person, say something nice to the coach, but it's just kind of an inappropriate time to do that.
I generally agree with Tim. Like the remark itself and everything around it was innocuous and I think good intentions. It's Schefter, who is a journalist.
That's where I am.
Who is a journalist who does, like, in terms of sports journalism, a more serious brand of sports journalism than some other people, saying this is an awesome thing. Because then you allow sports reporters or columnists to be like, well, this might be sweet, but it's pretty unprofessional.
I think I would imagine otherwise it probably gets like no attention. And it's a whatever, because those kinds of things, not necessarily to that level, but, kind of absurd questions or people that are just kind of happy to be there, that goes on. And it's just not a big deal. It's been going on for a long time in that sense, where questions are asked or air is taken up, for lack of a better term, that is, not really productive to an answer. But Adam Schefter saying, okay, so is this what he thinks should be the model going forward?
Right. Like, I think it's even different if, like, Nick Wright tweets out this awesome exchange, because he's more opinion-based sports analyst.
I see what you're saying, and I see the nuance, and I actually agree with you on that.
But Schefter, who, like, what he says moves, I don't want to say moves like the needle like crazy, but he puts out pretty big stories, sometimes that affect a lot of people's lives. So it's, a little bit different from him, and then even someone at a similar level who does something a little different in sports media.
Oh, the poor widow woman ventured outside the kitchen and asked an annoying question. Stop being Neanderthals, Fred Flintstones. Doug, that's Sharon and Clayton.
Well, she didn't ask a question. It wasn't about asking a question. It was about stating her opinion about something.
So would you like Sharon to apologize to you?
Well, yeah, I think you need to. Well, it was a nice little comment she made, had it been done in a different setting, but it wasn't a question. She basically, if I remember it correctly, just stood up and said what a great year they had and how great the coach was, which is fine, but that's not what you do at a press conference.
I really liked Ladies and Gentlemen Duval. I like that when she said that. I really enjoyed that.
It was cool. Suck it, nerds!
Oh.
See, I think people would rather have fans cover the team.
Well, it may get to that.
They're getting their way.
Yeah.
All right, final segment. We'll announce the winner, where Doug and I are not allowed to vote on design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day next here on TMA 101 ESPN. FanDuel is turning on playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Each game day during the divisional round, you'll find a pack loaded with multiple profit boosts waiting for you in the app. More boosts means more ways to level up your playoff bets. Pick the matchups you believe in, take your shot on an upset, or build a parlay that fits the moment. You can always find the best action on FanDuel. And Doug, tonight here in St. Louis, we've got the Blues and Hurricanes. Is there a play that you like?
Well, the over-under is 6.5 goals. The Blues do not enjoy scoring goals. Carolina does. Carolina's a good team. So they'll probably get theirs. I would say go under.
You're going
go
under
the 6.5 goal mark, and I think you'll be all right.
All right. It's FanDuel. Apply your profit boost during the divisional round and go after even bigger payouts while the playoffs keep rolling. So visit FanDuel.com/local and grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amounts. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Soliga Heating and Cooling. Blues Hurricanes tonight right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 5:30, puck drop at 6:30. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Soliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back. It is the morning after, and before we announce the winner of today's Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, online at carltoninsurance.net, sponsor of the Tim McKernan Show going back 9 years, and sponsor of TMA going back 8 years, and my insurance agent going back 7 years, Jamie Rivers' insurance agent going back 4 months, and Brandon Kiley's insurance agent going back 3 months. It's James Carlton. carltoninsurance.net. James has been saying he has not seen auto insurance rates drop like this in his 18-year career. There is a real opportunity to save money. Call 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. That's carltoninsurance.net. Doug, it's time to find out who won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, because we were not allowed to vote.
Today's winner, another new winner, Harold with 2 R's.
Harold with 2 R's.
Okay. Harold with 2 R's. He gets on the board.
Wow. Harold with 2 R's.
Where's my bells?
Congratulations to Harold with 2 R's. You have won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, but that means the incel from the other side of the couch still has the lead with 2 wins. This thing is wide open as we head to the midpoint of January. Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario are coming up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I am Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel.